Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, June the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. No screen, you're right. You're right, no screen in the, just give me a moment. Here we go. Sorry about that. All right, guys. Now, I have to tell you, you should download the latest beta, okay? It is pretty slick. I've got to admit, I tried this over the weekend, the AI assistant. I mean, I know we've had Chat GPT in here somewhere where you could kind of create your own scans. This is pretty slick. You can ask it, and you can ask it too. You don't have to just type. I don't know before if you could only type, but you can actually speak. If you've got a mic, speak right into it, and ask the question. Create a scan that does this, and boy, it was pretty slick. So I encourage you to download the latest beta to try it out. People ask, can we create this? Well, you can find out immediately, and it'll create it for you. Create a cloud link for you. It'll name it for you. You can refer to it later if you want to say, well, the scan we created called whatever. Let's modify it somewhat. It is out. It is definitely out. Well, I just put it on my homepage. Sorry. Here's the link for the download link. Anybody in YouTube? Just want to make sure. There's the download link. No screen. Okay, thank you, Pepe. The screen is black. Okay, just give me a moment. I saw the screen before. It was definitely there before, so I don't know what happened. So let me see if I can share the screen. Entire screen. We'll try it again. You should see it in about 5 seconds or so. I know there's a slight delay. Let me know if you guys can see it in a YouTube room. Okay, thanks, Pepe. So, guys, this is what I'm talking about, okay? Download the latest beta, and when you go to the release notes, you're going to see it. The new features, the new advanced order entry panel. Uh-oh. Oh, no, don't tell me. I thought it was... I don't care about the... Maybe I'm wrong. I thought, you see, if you guys can see up here, AI assistant, but I'm not seeing it in the beta. They're talking about Brokerage Plus and all, but I don't see the new features. Okay, well, guys, sorry about that. I jumped the gun then. I'm on a development version of it, and yeah, it's pretty slick. I got to say, it's pretty slick. I might demonstrate it later on, okay? Just to show. I'm not sure why it's not on there, but I guess they don't feel that it's completely bug free. I guess. Anyway, what's happening now? I'd like to know, anybody with Interactive Brokers, can we buy Decoy? Or is it one of those ones that, oh, I have no idea, Frito-Lay. On that one, no idea. In terms of the money machine becoming live, no idea. Decoy guys, are we able? I'm just asking for those who have Interactive Brokers. Can we buy Decoy, or is it one of the ones that they're blocking? We've got UPC also. UPC is buying a company, and yeah, I think is that the one you were talking about, William? Decoy can be bought at Interactive Brokers. Interactive Brokers. Not talking about any other broker. Okay, thank you. Okay, cool. So UPC is buying a company. Yes, it will acquire Best Praise International for $10 million. Yeah, it's going up on that news. It's not the norm, especially a jump like that. Low float. So we got a couple of crazy low floaters, UPC and Decoy. One's at 560, one's at 500,000 shares. All right. So UPC and Decoy, the two big ones right now, and then we have BTOC, another low floater. Bit Origin buys $11 million in NVDA Blackwell AI servers for Malaysia. That is your news for. That's your news for Bit Origin for BTOG. Speaking of bit, I see the Bitcoin's just slightly over 60,000. Just gonna take a look at this one. I want to see if this one is a bio EV. Yes, it is. So, okay, William. I don't know if you had a chance to look at this EVMN being hit pretty hard. Screening phase 2B. Well, evidently, market's not liking that. Down 28%. Whatever they released, you can see it. So it dropped down to 1256 and it's popped back up to 18. Pretty low float, 22 million in the float. And that is for the EVMN. This has been very active, guys. This worship WS, where are you? There you are. WSHP. We had a super active day a few months ago when it got up to $40. Pulled all the way back down. One of these, again, low floats. Look at the pretty good volume already. The UK stock. And it is at the high of last week right now, I think. High last week was 847. Yes, sort of right at the high of last week. Had a big day on Friday, you can see, and not bad because it closed fairly near the high of the day. Okay. Didn't have like a big, massive sell off. Okay. NNBR, is this sleep number? Is not sleep number. No, that was SNBR. NNBR. Let's see what this one's all about. And 41% after securing new awards for liquid cooling project products. Okay, so that's your news for NNBR. And not a low float, not high, but it's certainly not a low float. 48, that's a big move. 40%, 48%. Sorry, 48 million in the float. All right. So EVMN. Sorry, I'm just looking at another something on my thumbnail chart. See if there's a like SpaceX. Of course, I have that one thumbnailed all the time now. See what's happening with it. It'll hang it. So it looks like it's settling in around that, between the 150, 160 mark now. Didn't I see that read that I got added to the let me see if I can find that news. The some NASDAQ 100 or something. No. Well, okay. It's joining the Russell 1000 today. So yeah, William was talking about the trade of the week. It is above the It is above the entry price of not much though. 100 is the okay. Thank you, William. Back of the envelope, 844. And what is it now? So let me just keep talking about Hood. Hood is the trade of the week. The trigger is 100. So it's over that right now. Technically, the triggers are only for the market hours between 9:30 and 4. But I mean, how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is going to be up to you. I think the stop was 93. Last week's high was 112. So if you got this at 100 and your stop is $7 away, you got to have a reasonable, for me anyway, if I were looking at this one, a reasonable expectation of making $14 a trade. If we're going to risk 7, I want to be able to make 14 with a reasonable expectation. I don't, so, I mean, Steve and I have very different ways of looking at it. I looked at this high last week of 113. That would be basically a 1-for-1. But anyway, how you trade the trade of the week, if you trade them, is up to you. Here's another. I don't know if Steve even knows this. I mean, here's another. The 200-day moving average is 102.75. So that's another potential barrier. I saw Pets was up earlier. PETS, Pet Med Express. Oh, I see. This looks like it's sort of a potential buyout. Silver Cape revises proposal to acquire Pet Med Express for $3 a share. In cash, all cash. So it's not okay. Well, so if you're wondering, well, why isn't it $3 a share right now? Because it may not happen. Oh, so they had an. This is interesting. So the PetMed Express board refused an original offer for $4 a share, and they were, I guess, hoping somebody else might step in and bid on them. But now that hasn't happened. So now these guys, the Silver Cape, has revised it downward to $3 a share. Huh. SRFM, Surf Air Mobility. Okay, actually, it's a big float. 100. If that's right, that's 101 million in the float. Palantir and Surf Air Mobility expand their partnership to accelerate commercialization of operator OS, owner OS, and enterprise products. OS is Apple, right? or am I wrong? I don't know. I always think of OS. Huh. All right. Well, that's the and that's a big float. 101 million in the float. Oh, iOS. You're right. You're right. Obviously, you can tell I'm not an Apple person. You're right. So OS, just general operating system. Okay. Thank you for that. So SRFM, big float, 101 million in the float, and that's a big move. 35%. So when's the market holiday this week? Is it Friday or Monday? For- I guess your July 4th is what day? Is that Saturday? Friday's the holiday. Okay, thank you, Obi. Okay. SAGT has been an active one also. Let's see what's happening with this one. SAGT, good volume. Any news on this one? I'm disappointed. I'm gonna try to demonstrate, but this AI assistant is pretty slick. No, it's okay. Got kind of creepy here, but yeah, I generate a top list, could generate an AI alert window. I basically, and of course, I was using my mic, so I could actually just speak right in here, and it would create it for me. Create a link. It would put it in a doc, give it a name. It was pretty cool. I don't know how it worked before with the other Chat GPT that we had up here exactly. And if it didn't understand, like most of the AIs, if it didn't understand exactly what you meant, it would say something like, "I need a clarification on that on that filter that you're looking for, or the value, or something like that." So it was pretty good. I got to admit. And if you got the email from Steve regarding the trade of the week, he used it to find Hood. He even gave it the parameters and said, "Okay, find me stocks that do this." And he liked Hood the best. Okay, fuel cell is still active, guys. Fuel cell is an active one again today. What is it up? It's up almost 10%. So at 26.25, the high on Friday was so it's a little bit above the high on Friday, the high of all last week. Yeah, well, it's right at 26.45 is the current price. Okay, so 20. So the next high on a daily chart is 27.81. It's got about $1.40 to that next high in the daily on excuse me, not the daily chart, but the weekly chart. All right, this one is on the move, guys. LGCL is on the move for some reason. Don't see any news on it yet. Wow, it's really on the move, guys. Really on the move. It's not a low float either. 37 million. Well, fuel cells sort of had that, after that initial several weeks of just a big, big run, it got into a bit of a range. So okay, LGCL. Don't see any news on it. Let's see if there's anything. I saw some news on the well, June 10th, but that's obviously a while back. Something about patents and all, but the high last week was 219. What did it get to? It got up to well, not quite there, but kind of got stuck at two, stalled at two. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. What time is it now? 9:21. So about 9 minutes of the 9:30 open. And as always, my go-to scan now is my daily trend reversals. See what happens today with those. The market was down on Friday, so with the market being popping this morning, we might get a few of those daily trend reversals. Something was down on Friday and up today. Hmm. Are you LA? Before you do all that, are you running? Are you docking at all? Are you running docked windows at all? And your top lists. There's a couple of things you might want to look at. No docs, okay. How about top lists? How many top lists do you have? Because it shouldn't. Oh, why have you done that? Why have you done that, Poe? In no way. That shouldn't be. I mean, once I got rid of the docking, I mean, it sped up the process. But the other one, but you've been using Trade Ideas for a long time, so I thought maybe you were a new user. All right, guys, KOPN, another one that is, let's see, got up to 440, pulled back down through the VWAP, right back down to 390, over the VWAP at least right now, KOPN. Yeah, it doesn't, I don't like it. LA 2402. I mean, there's got to be a reason. Is that a zip code? I know you guys have numbers for zip codes. Is that a zip code? Only one I know is 90210. Is not a zip code? Okay. Well, it had the right number of it had the right number of numbers. Oh, I see. Okay. One too many? 99021. That's 5. 90210. Oh, you're right. He had 6. You're right. Okay. You're absolutely right. Never mind. Okay, let's see this LGC. Yeah, back to Poe. That's a pretty big pullback now for the LGCL. I didn't find it. Anybody see any news at all on this one? I mean, they had some news on the 10th, June the 10th, receiving 2 significant invention patents relating to agentic AI, but that is on June the 10th. I don't see anything today. It's the start of his social. I hope not. Another one moving, guys, is the AIIO. AIIO is moving. This has been it's above Friday's. It's above the last week's high. So this one has room. I mean, look at the room, 637 on the weekly chart. That is for AIIO. Again, when I say it has room, I don't mean it's getting there. I just mean that at least on the weekly chart, there is no chart resistance. SpaceX is starting to move here, guys. SPCX. I don't know if it's just because of they're being added to the Russell 1000. Comcast plans to split into two, sending shares soaring 20%. That is C. Okay, let's take a look at CMCSA. 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 Hmm. I don't see it here. Up. Oh, that's why, because it's only up 17%, and my top 10, the lowest one is 22%. But that's, yeah, I mean, that's big news. A blockbuster plan to spin off NBC Universal and Sky. But we're starting to fade, guys. We're starting to fade here. I might have to look. I definitely have to thumbnail that one. Really, LC. That's funny. Or L Cruz. That's funny. Employees are always the last to know. Less than a minute. Yes, thank you, William. Okay, guys, let's have a great start to this trading week. Short week, 24 days. I'm going to get rid of the doc market here, doc pre-market, and get this race going. All right, we're now open. Well, the 9:30 open. Just give me one moment. Gotta make one adjustment to one of my scans. Wow, look at the wow, I should have really been paying more attention. Look at this. Look at the sell-off now for the CMCA. I mean, it's still up 11%, but look at that sell-off. 20. Wow, that is a big sell-off. Shoot, big sell-off. Well, that's too bad. Not too bad I didn't hop on that short. All right, let's take a look at some of these halts, guys, right off the bat. LGCL got halted on the way up, and UPC got halted on the way down. And DCOI got halted on the way up. Okay. So we have three of these. Well, LGCL is not crazy low, but these two, the decoy and the UPC, are very, very low floats, less than a million in the float. Look at QDEL guys going. QDEL is on the move here. I did see this, but it wasn't one. I don't think it was up more than 20%, so wasn't showing up in the top 10. But look at this thing going now. QDEL. Don't see any news on it. And the next, so if you look at a monthly chart, I mean, the next high is 22. And is the market holding its gains? So far, so good. There's the VWAP right there, that purple line. So it's sitting on the VWAP. I think when I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. Qs are up. I forgot to look at the sectors. Boy, look at Comcast. Really, really selling off. All right, BFLY guys. BFLY on the move. BFLY running here. Look at the option. Look at the option volume. The option volume exploding. If that's correct. Yeah, decoy is halted. Yes. Now the another one's halted is the BYAH. That's another low floater. Wow, and a big pop for it. Lots of the. So let's take a look at DCOY decoy. Where could it open? No big clue yet. So this window I'm displaying right now, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So there's the halt price, 1351. This column trying to show you where it could open. No big clue. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. How about the UPC? Any clue on this one? Yeah, same sort of thing. When I say clue, here's your halt price. A lot of times you'll see in this column here something, either quite a bit above or quite a bit below the halt price. Okay, guys, AZI. Okay, guys, AZI. Why am I talking about it? It's in the daily trend reversals, okay? Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, there are two that are in this scan right now, AZI and LGCL. Now, the LGCL, I'm not sure. Okay, it just came out of it. It just came out of the halt. Okay. Now, I'm treating these like, these are very early for me. Couldn't take the LGCL. Of course, it was halted. But the AZI, come on, move. 250 might be the block. Okay. I mean, it got up to 250. It might be the block again. Come on. All right. Okay. I have just taken some off. Okay. Just in case. I mean, I love the fact that it got through 250. I'm talking about the AZI. Well, if something coming in my daily trend reversals, I have been if I like the chart, I have been taking them. And of course, why did I like the chart? When you look at AZI, look at the room it has. So that's why I liked it. Now the LGCL, when we got the alert, it was already halted, so I don't. So there's no way I could take that anyway. So, but the AZI is up. It's a great start to the week. Okay, we've got a couple here. These are a couple of ETFs, I think, for Oracle. So let me take a look at these two. These are a couple of ETFs or Oracle that are showing up in the scan. One is way cheaper than the other. So this is nice. This has got more volume, cheaper way to play it. So Oracle must be up about 3.5% or so. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. Okay, my daily trend reversals. The AZI showed up right there. This was already halted, so I'm not sure why we had that alert here. And then these are two ETFs for Oracle. I would definitely am interested in the ORCU for a couple of reasons. It's cheaper than the other one, but also there's more volume. Oh man, AZI has been an awesome one, guys. 237 was the alert. So we're now at 281. I did take some off. It popped through 250. I was a little not worried, well, concerned about that 250 mark. But boy, now this is rippage. Low float. What a short it would have been for the Comcast. Wow. And now it's halted on the way up. Halted on the way up. I don't know if there's any news in this one. I don't think I saw any news actually on it. Just the low float China stock. AZI just got halted, yes. I'm trying to really figure out if I want to take this ORCU. Okay, guys, this is a way to take a look at Oracle. First of all, see if there's any news on it, Oracle, or is this moving because the market's ripping higher? Oracle adds new Fusion agentic applications to help customers, okay, improve supply chain performance, okay? And that is causing the stock to go up 3.5%. So the ORCU is up about 7%. Boy, lots of action this morning already, guys. Of course, with the market whipping almost 10, well, the SPY is almost 10 points up now. So Decoy came out of its halt, not good. Not good. Is UPC is still halted. It is not still halted, excuse me. It resumed, excuse me. And UPC, well, it's kind of hanging in there. Yeah, a short for the AI. Uh-oh. Now I'm on this development version, guys, and I think, shoot, the only reason I mind is because I think I just got hung up. Yeah, I think I just got hung up, so I'm going to have to reboot Trade Ideas. Not a big deal. What I want to do is jot down ORCU. Going to miss my top 10 list will not be at it. It'll start from scratch again. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys, give me one moment. I have one thing I have to do on one of my scans. Oh boy. Okay, AZI came out of its halt, guys, and okay, I've taken some more off. I don't have very much left. Okay, that $3 level, I know it popped through it, but it came a little bit below it, so I don't have very much left of the AZI. Just in case it keeps going though. I've held on to a bit of it in case it wants to take out three again. Still has a little bit of room on the weekly chart. 370, excuse me, 371 or so is the next high looking left. Okay, Comcast, maybe Comcast has found a bottom, guys. CMCA, sorry, CMCSA. Maybe Comcast has found a bottom here at 25-ish. Okay. Had some news about splitting into a couple of different. What do they say they're going to do? They're going to spin off NBC Universal and Sky. Whoa, look at Oust on the move here, guys. OUST. And this is, I thought maybe it'd be close to a lifetime high, but no. So that red line you see is the next high on a daily chart somewhere. Don't know where that is. I'd have to expand this monthly chart to see what month that was. But that is the next high, 52.52. So a little bit close. Now, here's another one coming from the scan, the reversal scan. It's a little more expensive. Now, do I like it? Next high is 51.73. No. I find that next high is a little too close for my liking on a $50 stock. I know it's $1.30 away, but well, the SPY now is up. Yeah, it is up that 10 points. Well, that's a nice bounce for Comcast, guys, off that 25. CMCSA. Okay, here's another one that was halted on the way up. Sorry. ZCMD. Okay, so this is halted on the way up. Not a lot of volume. Halted on the way up. And the next high looking left on a daily chart is, well, it's got room. 182 is the next high. So here is the halt price, 135. Here's where it's, in theory, where it's going to open. 136. I do not have my mic in the coffee cup. It is close. Some people like the pouring of the coffee in the morning. Okay, so ZCMD just opened up, guys. Just opened now. And that's a big, I think it's a big pop. Yes, a big pop. Because it was halted at 135 and now it's at 170. Is that right? 174? I don't know. Is this right? Yeah, it is right. I'm looking 174 now is the new halt now. I don't know what our charts are doing here. That should say that it should have a bar right now at 174. It was flashing up and down. Well, this oust is still moving here, guys. OUST is still moving. Now it's coming right into that red line right there. If I have to back out this monthly chart just out of curiosity to see where that high is, what month. So this would have been back in, let's see, January of 2022. So over 4 years ago, it's approaching a daily high within that month. You've been talking about Sky Q. Yeah, Sky Q. So it's above last week's high. And there's a high right there. That high is 390. So that high right there could be the blockage. Okay, so that BYAH also just showed up on my reversal scan. However, you can see the trigger, well, the alert was at 137, but I would never take that. 144 is the next high looking left there. If it can get through that, 168. So to me, there's just a little too much potential resistance. So consequently, I will not take that trade. Guys, I'm just looking for potential toppers here. Okay, these are stocks that are just ripping, and so look at Sentinel as an example. Sentinel, that red line. Well, there it is. There's the next high looking left, which is 1685. Very, very close. Will that stop it? You know, I mean, you're going to see a lot of charts look just like this right now. Pretty parabolic looking, with the market doing this. All right, so this one got halted also, guys, but this got halted on the way down. MODD got halted on the way down. But, or did it? But this is the potential open 555, okay, for MODD in that range. Yeah, pretty, about a $5, excuse me, about a $5 sell-off now for SpaceX, SBCX. It got up to 160. We're back down to about 155 now. Big range in that one all most days. Well, I see AZI may not be completely over. I don't have any more left now, but AZI, there it is, leading a race right now. If it could take out that high, which was today about 327, the next high looking left on a daily chart is 375. So, I mean, there would still be a little bit of room. Okay, now here's one on the short side. Okay, in this scan. Now the market is, oh, I was going to say the market is so strong, but all of a sudden we just got this big bar down, guys. I mean, it was sitting at 739, and it's about a 3 point drop just like that on the SPY anyway. I don't know if there's any news, but Acadia just showed up on that scan as a potential short. Obviously, a ton of room. There is the, I mean, there's the 200-day moving average, ACAD, way down there, but $2 away. So, a little bit of a downturn in the trend. You can see right there, the little sell flag right there. Let's see if there's any news on this one. The only news I see is analysts, well, Canaccord raising their price target to 36 from 32. All right, I have to put a price alert maybe down here on the 24.88 mark. See if it can clear 25. Yeah, this is the one I was trying to click on when my assistant froze up. Okay, the WYY from our AI, potential short. Yeah, would have been pretty good, 15.15, and it got down to 14.12 before it popped up. All right, so WSHP is just basically gone flat. Okay, flat meaning it's back at Friday's close. Hey, SPY is really selling off. So what's the news, guys? I keep thinking that, remember this Toyo from last week, guys? This was a fantastic all day short, one day right here, this day, continuing to move down. They did a financing, I want to say at around $11, and it has not recovered at all. And that is a TOYO. That's at a Japanese stock. Has not recovered at all. Oh man. That had a massive jump. I'm not in it. AZI, I'm not in any more of it, but let's see if it can hold over 3 and have one more run. I mean, look at the weekly chart. I mean, that's would be pretty awesome on the weekly chart. Well, guys, it's 10:02, so I think what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage. Disappointed. I thought this was on the latest beta, the AI assistant. Have time later on. I'm gonna, it's pretty slick. I got to say, it's pretty slick, creating scans. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, as always, how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 15% off first month only. First month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter if you pick our standard or our premium service. Okay. So again, all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Why? Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate 2 rooms, a YouTube room and the main room right here. Company tracks the use of the codes, the promo codes. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about this room, this is free also. So if you're looking for a lot more interaction with other traders, come into this room. It's free. Also, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. So if you want to come into a room during the pre-market, you can come into this room. Traders are there. I don't get on the mic till usually between 9 and 9:15. Okay, I'll try to answer. I'm not a big swing trader, only OZT. I'm talking to only OZT in our YouTube room. Not a big swing trader, but you can ask the question, see if I can help. So yeah, so this again, there's a lot more action in this room. If you keep scrolling down, click on my homepage link. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. So if you clicked on my homepage link, if you've just taken out a subscription or you're thinking about it, this is what you should do. Click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and getting started with Trade Ideas. So actually, this is mandatory. If you're taking out a subscription right now, mandatory that you do this, okay? Now, if you don't have Trade Ideas, before taking out a subscription, do yourself a favor. Start off with that second video, go to the end. This may or may not be the program for you, okay? But this should help you decide whether or not it's something you might want to try anyway, okay? Yeah, so that is something I really can't help you with, only OZT. I'm not a swing trader at all. I know that if you ask that same question, I don't know how long you want to hang on, but at noon, Chris Farley takes over for me in this YouTube room, and he's way more of a swing trader than I am. Okay, so he may have a better idea. I don't swing trade at all, so I don't want to. Now, when you're saying you're using Holly AI for TI long, are you talking about the when you go to the channel and the AI long channels, or are you talking about the intraday alerts that you're getting today from the AI like this? Keep going down here. If you're new to trading, Back to Basics is for you. Okay. 15 videos, all free if you're new to trading. So again, are you talking about the AI alerts that we've had today, and how would you maybe swing them? Is that what you mean? Okay. Well, of course, that's going to be completely up to you. Okay. So, for instance, if I were a swing trader, okay, let's take a look at Allo right here. Well, these are shorts, but let me take a look at LNZA. This is a long. I'll get to my scans in a moment, guys. So, if I were a swing trader and I wanted to look at the AI alerts today and figure out if I wanted to swing trade them, well, for me, they would have to have room to move. So, first of all, they would have to close near the high of the day. So, I don't want to see a stock that here's lands. I'm just using this as an example. Pretty risky. I mean, it's only 6.9 million in the float. But let me take a look at QDEL. Let's see if that has a little more in the float. Yeah, a little more. So I mean, if I looked at this QDEL now, right now, I mean, it's below the trigger price, but 1912 was the trigger. So if I look at this and I think, okay, here's my monthly high, does it have enough room to move before it hits a high, either looking left on the daily or the weekly or the monthly? That has to be up to you to decide, because if you took this trade, where are you going to put your stop? I know there's a stop, but the stop that the AI generates is it's an intraday stop. So 1855, that might not be appropriate for a swing trade. So there's a lot that goes into it. You have to look at every one of them and make up your mind. Okay, at the end of the day, did it close well? Closing well to me means it didn't. For instance, if QDEL right here, if it looked interesting, and got up to 1988, but it closed way down here at 17, I wouldn't do it. But if it closed near the high of the day, then to me it would become a candidate to take a look at, if that makes sense. But then you're looking left on a monthly chart, and that's the next high, 2246. So is that far enough away? I'm not, nobody's saying it's going to get there, but at least on a monthly chart, you don't have to worry about you know too much resistance until you get to that 2256 level. That's how I look at swing trading. So you'd have to look at each one of them that have happened today. Now, some of them are short opportunities. I don't know if you want to swing short. I mean, here's the WYI, WYY. I mean, I don't know if you want to swing short, but I mean, that's a little more risky in my opinion. But it's the same principle though. You'd have to be looking left. Where could it keep going before it hits maybe some support? So each one of them, you'd have to analyze, in my opinion, kind of the way I did, just to see, okay, if I'm going to take this trade, where could it keep, if I'm going long, where could it keep going before it hits that next high, either on a daily, weekly, or monthly chart? Is there enough room for it to keep going? But the good news is that, it doesn't have to be an instant decision. You've got time really waiting to the end of the day. I mean, you can start looking at it intraday, but you can wait to the end of the day to see how it closed. And well, again, all that's up to you. Okay. I mean, you're talking about the Market Explorer, clicking on New, then Market Explorer, and then you're talking about the TI Wave down here, and on the 5 minute I mean, these are up to you. I mean, how you've got a TI Wave buy daily. So, I mean, you look at this GRDN, you look at it and say, okay, well, I wouldn't, because I mean, I'm looking left and I'm seeing some resistance potential. Depends on the price range you want. I mean, also, Iridium, I wouldn't because I'm looking left and I see potential resistance. Okay. That's, I mean, if I were swing trading, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be looking left, and is there enough room for it to keep moving before it hits, maybe a weekly high or a daily high? If you see a lot of room for it to run before it hits that, then, to me, let's take a look at the ADX. See, I mean, I look left and I just see potential areas where it could stall. Look at the daily chart. So that's what I do. I'd go through these and just and see what the charts look like. And then you can make up your mind. And of course, if you're swing trading, you don't have to make an instant decision. Boy, the SPY really giving up a lot, guys. I mean, the SPY was up 10 points, and now it's been cut in half, only down up 5 points. So I don't know what news hit, if any news hit. Boy, SpaceX really, I mean, it's almost a $10 drop from the high today, guys. Almost, but a $9 drop anyway. Okay, guys. Now the next thing, as I always like to do, of course, is show you the scans that I'm currently sharing with everybody. So give me a moment. Where is that? I had it up. So not there. Okay. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, we've talked about the education section. We've talked about the trading room here. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, go to the scan section, and here's what I am currently sharing with everybody. Okay, so here's the large cap gainers is right here. This is a more volatile race right here. And what else do I have? The halts resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. So I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing, but I do not have them all up and running. But I do have, of course, my daily trend reversals. Now this is a little bit because I had to do a reboot right around 9:40, I guess. I had to do a reboot of this because remember we had the AZI was, I think, triggered at, I think it was 237. But anyway, this is the daily trend reversals. Now this is what it would look like more for you. You're going to get the repeating version every time AZI makes a new high, you'd see it. Whereas this is my don't repeat version of it. I do have them side by side. Why do I have the don't repeat version? So I can go back and say, okay, find out, well, what was the time of the first alert and what was the price? Again, this would have been right at 9:35, and I think it was 2:37. Again, I had to do a reboot of trade ideas, so that's why this is a little out of it's not showing exactly what it would have been at 9:35. Boy, the SPY is really, really giving it up. I mean, this is a big sell-off, guys. So anyway, I have other scans that I'm currently sharing. If you have any questions about it, then just give me don't be shy. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. Okay, so you can ask me questions all day long. I don't know when. I have no idea when. I actually thought you would have it now. I thought it was going to be in this beta, but I mean it's pretty slick. I was using it on the weekend. A little creepy here, but okay. But you basically create generate an alert window. I could actually, because there's a mic there, so I could actually just speak right into it saying, I'm on the development version. I'm on a development version. The number, 5.9. But anyway, yeah, it's really, I don't know how much different it is from what we had the Chat GPT because I really didn't use the other one, but it is pretty cool. I have to admit, I just spoke into the mic and said, okay, do this, and this, create a scan for me, give it a name. If it encountered something that it couldn't quite understand, it would let me know, didn't quite understand what you meant by this. And you can just, keep refining it really, really quickly, like really quickly. I might demonstrate it later in the day, just when I'm not quite as busy. Okay, so only OZT. You're talking about when the stocks come in and out. So the long-term AI basically is just looking at previous AI alerts, and if so, for instance, here's QDEL right here. Okay, so the alert was at 1912. I'm talking to only OZT in our YouTube room. Now you're not going to see that obviously in the long term yet, but the alert was at 1912 and the current price is 1874. Let's just say tomorrow, and let's say when it closes today, it is underneath that alert price of 1912. If tomorrow it gets above 1912, it gets added to that long term. But if it goes underneath 1912, it'll disappear. Now the question really should be, and again, well, I don't know if Dan, yeah, I guess he'll be there, should be there on Wednesday. Be nice to have an alert when a stock enters the TI long or the TI short. Okay, the long term ones. Because the problem is you don't know when a stock comes in or when it leaves. It just does. But that's how it works. So I don't know if the confusing part is it'd be nice to have an alert, a sound alert, when the stock gets added. Mm, missed one right here, guys. Missed a big one, a beautiful one from my scan. Yeah, it's been asked many times only, so I don't know what the hang up or the holdup is on doing it. I really don't know. You would think it'd be something that they'd really want to work on. Understand? I'm just contracted by TI Trade Ideas, so I have no real influence in that regard. Boy, look at this potential short that I've missed, guys. The ATRC. Now, I'm not saying it. Well, the alert was at 27.65. It got down to 27.22. Little pop now. There's no alert. Are you talking about you're talking about in those channels, right? In the toolbar, clicking on dock channel bar, and you're talking about the long and the short, these, and when stocks get added in and out. Unfortunately, there's no real time. There's no alert that you can get. Okay. Would I take this one? No. The gem just showed up, but I looked when I saw it. I mean, the spread was terrible. I mean, it's not terrible right now, but you can see how it's widening and So the gem did show up, JEM, in my scan. Now, and I wouldn't take it anyway because it's going to have to take out that high. But if it does, let's put a price alert around 13 or 315 to see if it can take that out, because then the next time the weekly chart is way up there at 557. So I'm interested in this one. The problem is, though, that spread was really bad. I mean, it's tightened up a little bit here, but you never know where they're going to yank it again. I'm talking about this, okay? The trend reversals. So again, what it does, it look in this particular case, if it's powder blue, it's looking for stocks that were down on Friday. They had to close at least 5% down, and then they're moving up today. There are other filters in place, but that's the gist of it. And if it's in yellow, it's just the reverse, a stock that was up on Friday, at least closing up at least 5%, and then down today. These are the daily trend reversals, and that's on my homepage. And then there's S dot. Is this S dot up on the halt? Yes, it is. Wow. And so I put a price alert, I think, on Friday at that level for some reason. I know why. Clearing all that weekly. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to 39.76, but that is the next high of 3 weeks ago. See, now I'm so glad I didn't take the gem. I mean, I didn't like it, didn't like the spread, and I wouldn't have taken it anyway because of the that high right there. So again, just because I get an alert from my definitely my favorite scan, I'm not. I just don't take the alert without looking at the chart, or take the trade without looking at the chart. Yes, the last pour of the day. Okay, now this one from the AI might get it a little interesting. The RPay, looking left, there's a high right there. The monthly high is 441, so it's a little bit above that. Then the monthly high is 539. So there's a little bit of room on a monthly chart anyway for RPay. It's not bad, you know. I mean, it's coming. It held the VWAP. It's looks like it's trying to break out a little bit from this consolidation area. That's up to you. I mean, if you're, for me, so the question in our YouTube room regarding stock evaluation when considering resistance or support, daily, weekly, or monthly is preferred. Well, I use them all. If I can't see, I have a very simple style. You know, most of the things I see are near the high of the day. So I'm just going to look left on the daily chart where to see if I can see like RPay right here. I cannot see. Obviously, I could expand this daily chart way back and see what that next high is. But if I can't see it quickly, then I go to the weekly. If I can't see it quickly, then I go to the monthly. Okay, so I look back here. This is in October of last year. You know, the high is up here. You know, in a case like this, maybe I would look at the weekly, expand it a little bit, but that's all I do. I just look left. And if I can't see it on the daily where the next high is, I look at weekly and then the monthly. But that's not everybody's style, right? Only Z. I mean, only OZ. I mean, T. That's not everybody's style. There's no right or wrong way. It's just what I do. The other thing I will always be aware of is the VWAP. Where's the VWAP? Now, typically, I mean, if the stock's near the high of the day, it's going to be above the VWAP. But the other thing I'm always aware of is where's that 200-day moving average too. So I don't have very many indicators. I mean, I had, you know, the 200-day moving average on my daily chart, and then the VWAP. It was halted on the way up. Well, here it was halted on the way up. So when it came out of the halt, it got all the way up to 31. It's not halted on the way down yet. So for instance, I did use I had a variation of this before, but I did use the AI assistant to come up with a VWAP mean reversion extreme as an example. You know, it was very simple to do it. This is a just a top list window. So what it's looking at is, so if I look at STI, so if it's in red, that'll mean it is way below the VWAP. And here's the distance from the VWAP is like 24%. So a lot of you might look at this and go, okay, I have kind of like playing mean reversions to the VWAP. In other words, you know, a stock will eventually maybe start to make its way back to the VWAP as an example. Just give me a moment, please. And it named it for me. I didn't give this name. I just it just named it that. So if it's in so UPC, so this is 12% above the VWAP. Okay. S dot. You know, some of these are going to be pretty wild, but you know, that's an example of just something I just and I spoke right into the mic. So if I don't like the price, and I've never seen this stock before, it must be way under a dollar or under a dollar TNMG. Yeah. Well, it's not bad though. It's getting close. It's not way under a dollar. Oh, see, I'm so glad. You know, it's just because again, you know, I know I'm sort of repeat myself, but just because I get an alert in my favorite scan, call it, it doesn't mean that I'm going to take the trade. And look at the gem now. Not yet. I guess not yet, Burke. I thought it was Burke's. It's not yet. This TI assistant or AI assistant. Again, I don't know how different it is from, was it new? Well, it's up here. You had what, Chat GPT or something? I don't know how different it is, but because I never really used it, but I decided to try it on the weekend, and it was yeah, it was really, really, really simple to do. Now, Cust, Kust. Ooh, this has got a lot of room. Well, it's not making suggestions. You're asking it to create a scan for you. So it's not making suggestions for you, but you're asking it to create a scan for you or a top list for you, giving your all your parameters, and it just creates it automatically for you. Okay, guys, KUST, I like it. So let's see if this has, I mean, it's a little parabolic right now, but it's got a ton of room, of course. Looking at the daily chart, ton of room, 251. And that's the KUST. The alert was at 122. I'm not telling anybody to take the trade. Yeah, no kidding. The market is wild today, is right. We are getting these wild swings now. Remember, this was up to 739, and it was a what about an $8 drop? Now a $5 pop. So there is actually news in this one. Is custom entertainment shares are trading higher after, say, Curian entered into an asset purchase agreement. So it doesn't look like it's a total sale of the company, but all the assets comprising the company's video solutions division. So whatever that all means. Now the gem, will it have? Now I'm be looking at a potential bounce for it somewhere, perhaps. Well, of course, only OZT. Talking to only OZT in our YouTube room. You don't have to learn everything about the product. I mean, you don't have to learn everything. I mean, if you look at our user guide, it's got a lot in it, but you don't have to learn everything. And it depends. I don't know what sort of trading experience you've got. Well, obviously, this has got a ton of room, guys. Now, TII, this, I mean, look what happened to it on Friday. It got up to 284, but it closed way down here at 210. So a big sell off from the highs. It is maybe trying again. We're at 214, just over the whole number. Obviously, a ton of room looking at that next high looking left on the daily. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. This is not in the scan. This is not in the in my reversal scan. So yeah, Chris is way more of a swing trader than I am. Only OZT. Okay, so Chris Varley will take over for me at about noon Eastern. So you have about an hour and a half to wait. He's way more into swing trading than I'm just not. Now, in case you didn't know, we do have a couple of swing trading channels, though. If you don't know, if you click on new from the channel bar, I'm sorry, from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then click on dock to channel bar. And if you click on the show more, we have got, well, the Trader's Eye has got some, but swing picks, okay? The swing picks. So you could take a look at that if you didn't know that existed. The swing picks, okay? Yeah, I think you get 5 a week in here. You could also look at this, the Trader's Eye, which is called curated swing ideas. So you could look at those two and just, see if any of them make sense to you to swing. Okay. Now, what I should do also, though, let's go to the sector status channel and see what's happening with the sectors. Should have done that a little earlier, but got tied up doing other stuff. So here are the sectors, guys. Here are the sectors that we're following in this top list window right here. Top sector, XLC. Now, my guess is that a lot of these would have had well, actually, it's market's up 8 points now. The SPY is up 8 points. Well, I mean, all I can do is show you. Okay, remember now, I'm not. Okay, I'll do a short intro on the Trader Eye. Okay. So I mean, there's nothing. I mean, this is just. I don't know what how they're getting these. To be honest, I don't. But Chris will be able to. I'm sure Chris will be able to help you here. I'm just looking here, PDM as an example, the swing trade watcher, but this means, so if it's in red, it must be down for the day. So I don't look at this at all. Okay. So I do apologize, but this is, I don't know how they're generated. But if I look at the filters, I don't know if it's a filter list in here. This is a curated. This is okay. So this is a list of symbols that have been curated. I don't know what the curation is. Okay. I think this is from I want to say this is from Andy. Andy is another one of the traders of Trade Ideas. But again, just click on the symbol and you see, okay, does it make sense to swing it? But the other thing, what I would do is maybe take a look at this, because at least this is the swing picks, okay? Because there's a little blurb about each one of them, and there's 5 of them a week. Okay, this week's strongest names. It doesn't mean you take them all just without any analysis, but here's CLBK. It's been quietly carving out, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a suggested entry, a suggested stop, how you trade it, up to you, right? I would look at this first, because this is a lot less cluttered than the other one. Okay. And there are 5 every week. So, today's Monday. So These are the ones for this week. Okay. Scanning can be too slow. Is there any option for a guided strategy? I don't know what you mean by that. You mean, I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. A guided strategy. The only one that does that, and the AI has an entry, a suggested entry, and a stop. Okay. But what you're asking for, no, especially on the sell side. But the idea of trade ideas is, I mean, with this AI system, then you can start to create your own scans, okay, with your parameters that you like, your price range you like, your minimum volume that you like. Um, I mean, I created this one very, very simply. Some people love VWAP mean reversions. They love them. A stock that is, way above or way below the VWAP in this case, and looking at this, I'm just using this as an example, of course, the DCOY, and there's the VWAP way up there, 1376. It's more than 17% away, and some will look at that and go, "Oh, I love the idea of taking this trade and seeing if it reverts to the VWAP." So, are you talking about auto trading, Stan? I mean, this is the only thing, like, this is our AI, okay? And yeah, I mean, you have an entry, you have a stop, how you trade them, if you trade them, up to you. And that is an automatic, call it an automatic notification. But you could call any one of these an automatic notification. Okay. I mean, in my daily trend reversals, I'm getting an alert. I'm getting an alert, because the AZI. Why am I getting that alert? Well, it's earlier on in the day. This was down big yesterday, but up big today. So here's what I'm looking for. So the price is between 1 and 60. The current volume is 3, meaning it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Minimum 150,000 shares. It has to be, as we speak, up at least 1% from yesterday's close, but it had to be down at least 5% yesterday, Friday. 100% above the low of the range. The previous day's candle has to be above it, and I don't want the alerts to happen until at least 5 minutes after the open. So there's an example. So if all these filter values are met, I'm going to get a real time alert, and the stock makes a new high. There's my real time alert. There's my, if you want it, my automatic notification in real time. If all these filter values are met, so you can create your own, and so that would be like an automatic notification, if that's what you mean. You cannot get the dev app, no. Well, it's very simple to do. Okay, now you're talking more like a price alert. So, for instance, if I looked at this AZI, okay, and I thought, you know what, I really want to take this again if it gets over 3, as an example. Okay, I'm looking just using this as an example. So there's $3 right there. So I can go up and I can say, okay, right click, create a price alert. Now, if I want to put a little note in, I can, but if I didn't, I just say save, and now there's the price alert. So now you can just, if that is going to be your entry, if that's where you thought I would really like to enter the trade, then you just put your price alert there. If it happened, the price alert window will pop up on your screen, and you'll know about it immediately. Now, it may not be relevant though, because what if the stock really, really sank and then it was moving, moving, moving and hit it? It might be too extended. So you would have to, well, the only one that does it is the AI. Okay, that's it. I mean, our what we call our AI. You just wait for the alerts to happen, the stocks to get alerted. I mean, you might look at this one and be and then I think you have to there has to be some human you're looking for total automation. The only way we have total automation is if you create your own scan, you can back test it. If you like what you're seeing in the back test, you can back test over 3 months. And if you like what you're seeing, what I mean by that is it would take a scan and it would take every single alert over the last 3 months that met all the filter values for every stock, and it would trade them. So I don't know what you mean. Automatic. So tagging. When you mean tagging, you mean hitting a certain price, like tagging it. Like you're saying, okay, I like this NNBR. I don't like it right here, but if it hit this right up here, I want to know about it, and I'll take the trade. Is that what you mean? Well, again, every time you put a price alert in it, it's going to trigger. I mean, if I put a price alert for NNB, if you just want to concentrate on NNBR all day long, as an example, or Tesla, or some major stock, you just put price alerts. You just create your price alerts very simply, and if it hits that price, you're going to know about it. It's going to pop up on your screen. And then you can make up your mind if you want to trade it or not. Just because something hits a price alert doesn't mean it's you should just pile into the trade necessarily. If you're looking for something that's just going to absolutely tell you what to buy or sell right at the, no. I mean, Trade Ideas is wonderful for generating the ideas based on your parameters. Well, you're talking the VWAP specifically. Sure, the VWAP does change. I get that. Well, if you're talking about a reversion to the VWAP mean, I just use that as a specific example, okay? But some might look at this and go, okay, there's the VWAP way up there. Well, not way up there, but take a look at SLS, okay? So you might be looking this way, you know what? This is getting way too extended. Now, what are you going to do though? You're alert. You're looking at this VWAP right there at 14 and the price is at 15. If that's your style of trading, that you think that a stock is going to revert to the mean, to the VWAP, well, then you might say, okay, if it took out 15, it's up here at 1507. If it got down below that whole number, say 1408, 1482, I'll take the trade. Because yes, the VWAP is moving. I know it's a moving target. It's moving higher, but it's not like it's going to, especially now at 1051. It's not like the VWAP is going to all of a sudden take a huge pop up unless all of a sudden a billion shares come in up at this price. So this is what I mean. See, it pops up, click on it now, because you wouldn't necessarily be on the chart right now. So they just popped up on your screen. and you click on it, and then you make it remind you, do I still want to trade it? I mean, I was talking about the VWAP just as an example of many, many different styles of trading out there. So I was going to go over the stock channel bar, and again, I'm going to go over the sectors again. Well, I didn't go over them at all. So the sector status, and this might be something that for some of you, this is the only reason you're going to use trade ideas. For some of you, so here are the sectors that we're following right here. XLC communications, top sector, probably because of Comcast. Okay. And if you go down to the bottom here, the worst one is materials, XLB. Worst one, down 2%. Silver's down 1%. Okay. So at a glance, you can tell what the strongest sector is and what the weaker sectors are. Okay. At a glance. These ones right here, we don't have every one of the sectors as these top lists, but we do have the major ones. So you can kind of look and say, okay, what's the top stock in a sector? I'm looking for something that might have, yeah, so here's technology as an example, okay? So what does that 68% mean? Meaning that 68% of the stocks that we have for XLK are up from Friday's close. Palo Alto is leading the way. PANW is up 7.8%. That's a big move. Okay, and you can check. I don't see any news on it, but the semis are moving. But you move down here, and just like William was saying, what's the worst one by far? Look at Intel and Micron, the worst ones in this sector, running. You could call counter to the sector because 70% are up, but and 28% are down. But Micron is absolutely the worst one in the sector. Intel is not that far behind. And here's First Solar as an example. So some of you, this might be the only thing you do. You look at the, some of the major sectors, and you figure out a way. Okay, I'm going to try to trade this Micron. It's very weak. Maybe you play it on a bounce. Maybe it's going to be a short. I mean, there's no guarantee, but at least you can identify what the strong stock is in a sector. Here's that Charter. Somebody was talking about Charter earlier. CHTR. Here's the Comcast. But there are some weak ones. There's Verizon. These are big moves. I mean, there are some big movers in the sector, and there's some they're on the upside or the downside. There are some big movers. So I mean, Verizon and TMUS are I don't know if it's affected because of the Comcast. I really don't know, but 72% are up, but these ones are way down. Just the way that some of you may look at this and go, wow, that's how I'm going to use trade ideas. Identify the strong stock in a sector. You don't have to pick every single sector, but a strong stock in a sector, the weak stock in a sector, and find a way to trade them. Nice neck of the woods, Richard, in the Bay Area, Palo Alto, yes. So it's just an idea, okay? And that's the sector status channel. So what is our market doing now? So again, we had the big drop, the big pop, holding the VWAP. Well, remember, I talked myself out of the AMA. And what is this? This is a two-time for, oh, AMAT, AMAT. I didn't realize that. And we had an alert. I can't remember what the alert price was, but So here's another cheap one coming from the scan guy. So ATLN. Now, would I take it right? Well, it's right at the high of Friday, but I wouldn't take it. If the next high was up here around 150, I would probably take this trade right now. But the next high is 120. It's too close to that 104 for me, so I won't take the trade, even though it's from my scan. And if I took the trade right now, I'd probably put a stop just underneath the whole number. And because that would certainly be enough if the next high was 150, because I would have about maybe a 7-cent stop. And that's 45 cents to the next high. Certainly enough risk reward if it got close. All right, guys, 10:58. So getting about an hour from now, I'll take my break, and Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at a couple of. Here's the NVR. So yeah, I mean, it got over the VWAP, but briefly. Yeah. What trades did I take today? I took the AZI and I took the KUST and basically got out, with a little. I had profit, but I got out with a little loss. But the AZI was great for me early. Had an alert at 9:35 at 2:37. I got over $3, so that was a nice trade. Look at the CMSC, guys. The CMCSA. I hate these five symbol ones. You know what? If this takes out 25 in a big way, look out below, because look left. I mean, there's the low on Friday, 22.73. That's $2 away. Boy, yeah, Matt was an awesome one from the scan. I discounted it completely. Yeah, I have that thumbnail. You're talking about the EVMN, yeah. I mean, it's just hanging around. I mean, it looks like it wants to drop. It's starting to make slightly lower highs. Ooh, could this be interesting, guys? TBTH, just over the whole number, over the VWAP. The VWAP looked like it acting as pretty decent support for it. The next high looking left is 1773. So there's a ton of room there, about 50 cents. So this is an idea, TBTH. Let's see, the down for the day. Yeah, I'm interested in this one. I thought I would rather it be up for the day, but let's see, any reason for this? I see BTIG downgraded it to neutral. Just trying to see if there's any specific news other than downgrades. Oh, well, here's Zymeworks to buy Theravance for lung disease drug. Oh, I see. So this is a buyout. Okay, I'm going to forget about it at around $17. Okay, so never mind. All right, guys. Yeah, confirmation. So in about an hour from now, Chris Farley will take over from me in our YouTube room. So for those of you who are more into swing trading, hang around for an hour. Boy, this Comcast is looking a little more tasty, guys. Underneath 25 right now. What was the low today? The low today was 24.82. So best to put a price alert at the low of the day and see if it takes it out, and it just continues on its way down. Still up, it's still up 7.5%. Had news spinning off a couple of their divisions. All right, guys. Well, the Comcast is definitely interesting to me. I mean, it's almost right at the low of the day now, and the trend has been down. I had the pop, but that orange. I mean, the trend has been down all day. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, Comcast. Okay, let's see if it works. Uh-oh, I hope I didn't get rid of the room accidentally. Oh, good. Okay. All right, guys. Well, let's see if the Comcast has a major thrust on the way down here. And I'm talking the CMCSA. Now, I don't expect this to be a rocket ship, okay, on the way down or anything like that, but I'm talking about the CMCSA. Okay, guys, I'll have to take another look at the KUST. I mean, I had a little bit of profit in this, and I unfortunately didn't really act quickly enough. I probably should take some off, but anyway, I will take a look at this one again because it has all that room. Okay, so maybe put a price alert around the 125 mark and see if it gets back up there later on in the day on some volume. Okay, I need some volume. You need to see some volume coming in. Boy, oh boy, there are a lot of stocks that are really selling off, though, too. I mean, look at the ROL, ONON probably, OLN. Where am I finding those? This is my bouncers and toppers. At the beginning of the day, everything was ripping higher, and so, but these are potential bounce plays. They're really getting thumped. I mean, there's, a lot of these stocks are not down a lot necessarily for the day, but they've really sold off. So again, this is another scan that you can take a look at if you want. These are stocks that may be oversold and looking for a bounce on them. If it's in blue, and if it's in, well, this is earlier, Roblox, that's what it was looking at, a stock that might be overbought and potentially potential for a fade. It's not on my homepage, but if you want it, I can give it to you. Snex. What the heck is Snex? StoneX Group. Okay. So you are playing a bounce on this one. And you, meaning William, in the main room, playing a bounce on SNEX. Just looking to see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on it. SNEX. Pretty big float, 71 million in the float. Down goes Decoy, guys. So Decoy turned out to be a dud. Okay, DCOY turned out to be a complete dud. And the next low in the weekly, not shortable for me at Interactive Broker. So, but if it's shortable for you, this is on the way down right now, breaking through 10. I know. I can't believe PJ's not on me right now. Here's a TNMG. TNMG. You talked about it. It was just underneath a dollar. So there it is now. TNMG over a dollar. Held the VWAP or came into the VWAP a few times. Kind of held. And that's the TNMG. Low float. 2 million in the float. Volume 187 million, which is 2,300 times normal up to this time of day. Remember our relative volume filter is time of day sensitive. And the company announced that Keychron Orca Echo generated gross merchandise value exceeding 300 million within 5 days of launch, whatever that is. Well, Comcast has taken its time. I had like a little profit, but I'm looking for a lot more. I don't know if it's going to, got to take out that 2480 again. I may dump it. Yeah, I took myself out of the Comcast, guys. I may look at it again if it gets back into the say the 2470s. But give me a moment. I will be right back. I think I'm going to regret getting out of the Comcast, but got to be something. I'm just looking for something a little more dynamic. Excellent, Juan. Good for you. So you've got a PC coming, I'm assuming. Well, you're on your own. I mean, somebody's asking me about SDOT. I mean, look, it's so 652,000 in the float. It's unbelievable, unbelievable move again. I think that most people would have thought when it hit 40 a few weeks ago and it got back down to 475, that was it. Because I mean, all it is, it's in the restaurant chain business. It's not like it's in some kind of a AI or unless crypto's not great right now, but it doesn't look like it's in any sort of a sector that should be follow this as a stock, follow this extensively. But man, short float. I mean, we only have it at 3.5%, so it's not like it's a massive short float. But you're on your own. I mean, I'm not going to, trying to figure out a way to trade this is, it's where you're going to put a stop. I mean, arguably, I guess if you put an alert at the high of the day and it was crashed through that on volume, I mean, then the next high, yeah, it's up here, 30, almost $40. But I mean, it's highly risky. You're often dealing with a tough spread. Right now, it's about 40 cents, 33.85, 34.19. You're dealing with a tough spread all the time, usually. Well, this is As I said, I'm probably going to regret getting out of my CMCSA short, Comcast short. All right, guys. Well, things are slowing down a little bit for me now. 11:30 almost. So Chris Varley will take over for me in about half an hour. Guys, the TNMG, that is a really interesting one now. Again, it's had a little bit of news, about 300 million. I don't know what denomination that was, what currency that was, but 129 is the high. It's probably a low float. Yes, it is. And a ton of volume. 200 million shares have traded, 2 million in the float. Traded the float turnover, not quite 100 yet. It will be. All right, let me take a look at some of these ones that are on one races, especially the large cappers. So let's take a look at the VOR and let's see what it's doing. Ooh, that still is moving higher and higher here, parabolic right now, but got through the 200-day moving average earlier. Ah, do I do it again? All right, trying the. I mean, I should have held on, obviously, but I'm trying the CMCSA again, Comcast again on the short. So I'm going to get a little bit longer time, okay, on the Comcast CMCSA. So ASTC, this is what's it coming into now? Next high looking left is 1290, so that is pretty close. All right, guys, TNMG looks really interesting. I mean, there's a high of the day, 129, but of course, it's got a ton of room looking at a weekly chart anyway. $1.80 is the next high. Sorry, $1.33 is the next high. So there is some little bit of room, not as much as I thought. And that's for the TNMG. All right. Well, this is a risky one, obviously, but this is a way to play. If you thought, well, obviously MSTR, the stock is up 7%. Okay, this is a way to play it. If you thought it was going to continue higher, you get double the move, plenty of volume, spread is fine. This is the MSTX, the two-time ETF for MSTR. And that showed up in the scan, okay? That showed up in the trend reversal scan. Obviously, it's got a ton of room, but this has been a beaten up, horribly beaten up stock, MSTR. So I see the market is, for it today anyway, has somewhat settled down. We're getting into a bit of a range here, just over the VWAP now. The SPY is anyway. Qs are up 10, SPY's up 8, Dow's up a little bit also. So there's no disconnect in the market between the value and the growth stocks. Not a big one. You know, this DNMG better, yeah, I don't like these topping tails now. I may bail on it. Just going to give it a little bit longer. It's just a little bit under where I bought it, but I'm looking at a 5 minute on the TNMX. I don't think it won a race. Did it win a race? No, it did not win a race. TNMG, sorry, TNMG. Yeah, these are all like toppings. Trying to get through this level. Tried 4 times, 20 minutes, could not get through. Well, pets is showing up now in our in our AI actually as a short. There are shorts available for me. I'm not sure I want to do it, but there are shorts available. Oh, William, EVMN, finally bit of a crack here now. EVMN, bit of a crack. A lot of share, well, 300,000 interactive brokers for me. So here's a crack now. Well, the MSCX did move. I didn't take it. Boy, this is really interesting on a short now, guys. I mean, just underneath 16, EVMN finally had a bit of a break from this area of kind of consolidation. Had news, not good. BlackBerry, what are you doing today after a great earnings release the other day? Still very strong. Look at this earnings here, and this is the now the second day after earnings continuation for BlackBerry. Come on down, CMCSA. Boy, SpaceX has been a big range stock today. It's something new. It's been a big range stock. Most of the days it's been trading 159 down to 151, back up to 157. Well, this is really, I didn't take this one. This is from the scan, the reversal scan, MSTX. So now MSTR must be up at least 8%, a little over 8%, maybe 8.5%. When did they change their name to, well, maybe have they always been called Strategy? Strategy Inc. Strategy's tool for buying Bitcoin is slipping. The company pivots to active capital management. Really, they've always been called Strategy. Okay, I didn't know that. So that's why I guess this stock is going up, rolling out a new financial framework to stabilize its business and reassure investors amid a prolonged slump in its stretch preferred stock. I see. Okay. Well, that's the reason then. I wish I'd seen that because I probably would have taken some of that MSTX. All right, Comcast. All right. Well, Comcast is now working for me on the short, second time shorting it. And I'm not saying it's going to get down here, but that is the next low. So that's why I took it. Breaking down. I mean, I took it the first time when it broke down through 25. Basically, I got out flat and then took it again. And let's see if it gets into maybe the low 50s. That might get me to cover some. All right, guys. Well, I'm looking at the decoy again, and the decoy is sitting around 10. I guess I mean, it has its shot, I suppose, if it can. Still up a lot, I think, for the day. Yeah, it's up 81% still. So, I mean, it's sitting around 10. It's been in a downturn, though. Ooh, I lost sight of this one, the TBPH. We're looking at this one just over 17, kind of lost sight of it. Yeah, the TBPH is running now, guys. The TBPH is starting to run now. Kind of lost sight of it. Too bad. It has had the room 1775. Well, there's your S dot. Okay, so the S dot's at the high of the day. Great spread, $30 spread right now, 3402. 30. Well, even worse. I mean, you got to see how the spread widens, shrinks, widens, shrinks, widens. I mean, did they switch what they're doing or something? They're not in the restaurant chain business anymore. Did they actually switch? You know, jump as traders circle recent deals and a tiny post split float. Yeah, it's all about the float. But okay, so they're acquiring an LA real estate portfolio. So I don't know what that's got to do with retail or the franchising restaurant chain business. Probably you're right, SSG. Boy, this AMA, that was a big miss by me. Big, big miss. Well, not a miss. I saw it, but I just sort of dismissed it. This was a two-time long for AMAT. So AMAT, the stock should have. You know what? I didn't know this was I should have realized this was an ETF for. I thought it was just a stock. But Matt must have some room, some news. Sorry, AMAT must have some news. Boy, it's an expensive stock. I mean, what a way to play it. AMA is only $55. This stock is 700 right now. The target was raised to 850 from 650 by Cantor Fitzgerald. And I don't know if there's any other news on this one. KeyBank raised it to 750 from 550. So there's some analysts piling into this one. I don't know if there's any other news on this one other than analysts liking this one. But what a way to play it, AMA. I wish I should. I just didn't. I thought it was a stock, not a two-timer. So I see LCUT showed up on the scan. However, there's a couple things. I would personally have to wait for a 9 break. Break that whole number. It's a little close. But even if it did, then the next high is not that far away. So I cannot take that trade. And then look at all the potential resistance. So unfortunately, I can't take that trade. I should rephrase it. I will not take the trade. I could, but I will not take the trade. Whoa, 11:50 already. That snuck up on me. Okay. So what I'm going to do, guys, Chris will take over for me soon, within about 10 minutes. So I'm just going to put my announcement up. I'll be taking a break. I won't be going until Chris shows up. You know what? It's too early for me to put that, but I didn't realize it was 10:02. So those of you in the main room, this is the link to get into YouTube. If you want to head over and listen to Chris. So this went the other way. I mean, the AI had a short on this WYY. At the beginning of the day, it was okay, but this is now rebounding WYY. That's why, use the AI like a watch list. I mean, just because it suggests a certain direction, but it's a great, to me anyway, it's a good watch list of stocks to follow all day long. Well, here's the SDOT guy. So we're challenging that weekly high of 3 weeks ago, 39.76. Let's pretend it breaks that. Where could it go? You're have to back this weekly chart out a bit. So the next high would be around 43. Crazy. It's all about the float. And no, I'm not in it. Okay, I'm going to put my announcement up here. Sometimes Chris comes in a little bit early, so I will put my announcement up. So again, obviously, I'm not gone yet. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up in a YouTube room. So those of you who are in YouTube who are looking more for swing trade ideas, or you can, Chris probably has some scans. I know I don't. Well, this WYY has been all over the place. So there was a reentry. No, some reentries actually. I should go. Well, if you have the AI, hopefully you understand what I'm talking about. The reentry prices. This was, I don't know if the spread was ever like this, but this is untradeable right now. 1527, 1585. I don't know what the spread was earlier. My guess is it was probably just as bad, because usually as the time goes on with more volume coming in, maybe the spread will, but that's a terrible spread. Terrible spread. I don't know what it was like earlier for the WYY. Well, I'm out of I mean, I did okay in the Comcast, nothing fantastic, not in anything anymore. I think that's it for trying to short that one. Got into the 50s, but hoping to get a little bit more out of it. So as we speak, I have nothing on the go. Ooh, the KUST though. So the KUST is trying to come back a bit, trying to hold over the VWAP. Problem is, I'm going to be on a break in a couple of minutes, and there's no way I can take this. Not with that sort of a float. I have to. Even though I'd be hanging around my computer, I have to be sitting down and really watching something like this. It's too bad because there's a ton of room. 254 is the next high. That's why I liked it in the first place. Okay, guys, just waiting for Chris to show up. Telling you guys, if you're looking for, overbought, oversold, in your opinion, this is a great nice little scan for you. Bouncers, toppers, for those of you looking for stocks that potentially are overbought or oversold. Called bouncers, toppers. If you want it, just let me know. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers UPC. That was a beautiful break, though. I mean, look at that break from sort of consolidation 13 down to 1053 or so. Not shortable for me. Yes, I will do that. Bouncers, toppers, sure. File load from cloud. Okay, I heard a little pop. I think Chris is in our YouTube room. Just give me a moment, Chris. So share this. So here it is, and I'll for only also for you. You're looking for the oversold. Well, oversold. These are bouncers, toppers. Okay. So just let me conclude this one, Chris. So what I put in, guys, called bouncers, toppers. So something like SDOT. Oh my gosh. Look how extended it is. So the theory would be, if it's in orange, it's a potential stock that is way overbought, and if it's in blue, a stock potentially is way oversold. How you trade them, if you trade them, up to you, of course, but that's what it's trying to identify for you. Okay. All right, guys, I'm here, Chris, pounding away at his keyboard in our YouTube room. So just give me one moment. Okay, guys. So in the main room, we'll see you in about 1 hour from now. And now I can welcome Mr. Christopher Varley to our YouTube room. How are you today after your little time off on Thursday and Friday?
I am fantastic. So refreshed. New view of the world. I'm ready for it all, Barry. I'm ready for it all.
Were you able to take a look at the AI, our TI assistant?
Or no, AI I haven't. Outside of what Dan demonstrated to us last week or the week before, whatever it was, I haven't messed around with it.
It's pretty cool, I have to admit. I don't know how different it is from the Chat GPT that we had when people could click on, I guess, new and see that. Because I never looked at that.
I think it goes a lot more in depth, understanding our data points.
Okay.
And being able to speak what you want essentially, and it returns. I mean, in the end, it still doesn't, it gives you a scan for ideas, and what you do.
It gives you a scan for ideas. You have to have an idea. Yeah.
So,
but I have to admit, it was pretty slick. And you're right. I spoke into my mic, and I said, okay, this is what I'm looking for. And if it's a little, not confused, but if it needs clarification, it basically tells, asks you, need a little clarification on what you're looking for. Is this, and it gives it a name, of course, and then you can always refer to that name. They say, remember that one you created for me and called Cream of the Crop? Let's go back to that and maybe make some changes. I mean, it was, I have to admit, it was pretty slick.
It really is. And I mean, I have to imagine that we'll be taking it, a few steps further from here. Yes. This is just the very beginning of it. So without a question, impressive. And for those that, I have kind of a pet peeve when people are like, I'm not good with tech. Well, then guess what? Stay out of the market. How's that sound?
Yeah.
That's how I really feel about it. But for those I'm not good at tech people, like there's really no excuse on building a scan at this point now. Like if you can't do it with this, I listen, what else would you like? What else do you want?
Especially when you can speak into it, I mean,
that's exactly it.
And it'll interpret. So anyway, I rather enjoyed it. It was kind of fun to create a couple of scans. And anyway, Chris, I'll let you go, and I'll be back in about an hour.
Sounds good. Thanks, Barry. We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. So Barry making his way to a break. Let's see. We got eyes on my screen. We're looking good. Excellent, excellent. All right, so happy Monday to you all. Hopefully you all had a nice weekend. And let's get rock and rolling here. It's open forum. I don't do any pre-done content in this. Let you folks drive the content with your questions, what you're looking for, what you need from the software, as far as idea generation, scan building, features, so on and so forth. I do think it is a best use of everyone's time when you folks are driving that content. While I do my best to keep this informative and engaging relative to the software and market when no one's asking questions, I just don't think it's very beneficial to anybody. So I really solicit for those questions for that reason. Daryl, what's up? How are you? Let's see. I don't know. I think there's still something to be said for manually doing your strategies and scans. It's like, what do I want to relate it to? It's just more being in touch with things. While I think it'll be a handy tool for folks and help cut some timing down on a few different things, I do think there's an importance to, getting, rolling your sleeves up and, getting that work in like that on a more manual sense. I think it's important to understand those, but it's a great tool. I'm pretty pumped when we put it out to you folks. And I'm sure one of the questions that'll be coming over the next coming days and weeks is, when will we have it? No clue. It could be in 5 days from now. It could be in 55 days from now. There's a lot of changes that were made to the software, some feature add-ons, some stuff behind the scenes for data and whatnot. So we're going to have to bang around on this for a while to see if there is any issues with it and bugs before we set it loose for a public beta. So, and the development team will never, ever, 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 ever give a kind of time frame on any of that. They will say it is ready when it is ready. I'm going to go with only for short. And yes, I'm a swing trader. I tried my hand at day trading for a number of years. I just found swing trading was more my personality. I think it's very important to understand that who you are as a trader is not necessarily who you want to be as a trader. And while some people may be able to impose their will and force what they want, I don't think the vast majority is capable of doing that. Who you are as a trader is who you are as a person. I don't like to have a lot of things moving real fast at me, trying to make hasty decisions with all that pressure. I like to let things set up, take their time, find some levels on the chart that make me interested, upside, downside, so on and so forth, stock to stock. Sometimes it's a few hours, sometimes it's several days or weeks before I'm making an entry on something I've been stalking. I also find with swing trading that I'm able to take much smaller share size. Using the daily and weekly time frames for finding stops lets me let those stops work deeper. So if there's any real whipsaw in the market, I'm not getting knocked out in 2 seconds to watch the stock reverse without me having knocked me down for a loss, only for 3 minutes later or 2 days later to see it taking off without me. That is infuriating. It gives you more of a chance to let your winners run. And for those that do get adept enough, able to add to winning positions as well. I have found myself, especially over the last year or so, I'm taking even smaller position sizes to start when I'm going in. And if it starts to work in my favor, I start to quickly add to them in the hours or days afterwards. And this way, if I'm wrong off the bat, I'm wrong for a very little amount. And if I'm right off the bat, I've got a nice starter position to help keep my cost basis a little lower. So for all those reasons, I do find swing trading more my speed. The last thing I'd say on swing trading versus day trading is this, and someone had said this to me once upon a time, and I took a lot of offense to it when they said it to me. They said, how many wealthy day traders do you know? I said, how many wealthy people do you know or hear about that are long-term vision people. All your wealthy people, long-term vision people. They are not day traders. That is the way it works. Like it, hate it, love it, but facts cannot be argued, and that is a fact. For the record, I thought I was going to be the best day trader ever when I started. Anyways, enough of that. Folks have some questions on the software. Don't be shy. Get those questions in. I guess with no questions, something else I'd touch on is my background isn't in finance or trading or any software or anything like that. I worked as a restaurant person in general for nearly 27 years. And I was lucky enough to land a job here with Trade Ideas, and within a year or so transfer from working full-time to part-time to out of the restaurants world completely. Swing trading allows you to keep your day jobs and still make money in the market. And I think you'd be hard pressed to find anybody who just trades sheerly full-time and doesn't make a penny from anything else besides their trading. You will find that most traders have some other sources of income in addition to their trading, be it swing or day. So again, solicit for questions here. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. The green, no way to do that. Sorry. What Daryl's asking there is, sorry, get my drawing tool out. I should have launched that before. He was asking if this here can be changed in color, and unfortunately not. Regarding TI long and Holly AI long, the stocks that appear with the alert, is it for intraday trading or for longer? Everything in Holly starts out in the strategy trades window here as, we'll call it, quote, a day trade. I think our management team has kind of pivoted away from this all being considered day trades at this point. And that's where it starts. And anything that continues to be a winner gets added to the long-term AI list afterwards. I think there's some other parameters. It's got to be like a winner for a day or two or something like that. I don't know all the exact parameters of it, but essentially the idea behind it is the old saying, let your winners run. There's no alert when something goes on that list either. It gets put on eventually. So quite a few from the short side from Holly today. RGV shorted early. Pets a little later. Interesting. Lower price on the shorts as well. Because the one that's going to be earlier always is the date it came into this window. And the one afterwards is the date it came into the long-term window. The idea is that the catalyst behind why something originally alerted may still be there. And so it alerts here, swoops down, and should it make a return, we're going to throw it on the long term to say, hey, don't forget that this came through and the setup may still be viable. Keep those questions coming. Loving it, loving it. Let's see here. So let's look at the shorts on Holly. Longs on the lower end of price too. Let's see, 36, 50, 20 cents. Percent basis, not bad. It means that, you know, there may be a viable setup there still. One thing that we would like people to understand, especially me, is that everything from the software is idea generation. What anybody does with the ideas is up to them. So I don't like to call a stock buyable or sellable personally. That would be making recommendations, which I'm not going to do. But it means that there's a catalyst there and a setup. You know, from the beginning when the initial alert is made. And sometimes it doesn't play out right away, especially when we get a period. Let's just say, you know, we've got this beautiful period where things are rising. Stock alerts, and, you know, it's part of this environment and doing well. And we get a pullback in the overall market. And, you know, on some of the more sizable pullbacks or longer sustained pullbacks, or, you know, pullback and we run sideways for a while, a lot of setups fail to work afterwards. That's the way it works, right? And then the market starts to maybe find its footing and maybe doesn't even return necessarily to highs or anything like that, but more of a stabilize. And that stock that was relatively strong anyways gets its footing back under it a bit better, and we get the alert back on the long term again, saying, hey, we're back up to where we might want to take a look at this one more time here. And that's the idea behind it. The swing picks come from the TI strength scan algo, whatever you want to call it. So that's going to come from new Market Explorer. Let's go into select strategy, TI strength alerts. So the swing picks come from this. It's going to be your top 5 rated stocks here. After market close, I wait a few minutes for the market to close and prices to settle. You take the top 5 rated stocks here that aren't a buyout, and that aren't a leveraged ETF. And those top 5 go into the swing picks. The trader's eye is something Andy does on his own with his own scans. He goes through his scans, picks out some stocks that he feels are, you know, providing some of the more interesting, viable setups, and he shares those. So it's curated by Andy in that regard, where this isn't a curation at all outside of me saying no. Obviously, why would anybody want to look at a stock that's being bought out? And then we stay away from, I stay away from the leverage ETFs because, number one, a lot of people can't trade them because they don't have the permissions in their account. And number two, leverage ETFs are, you know, the market is extremely risky. Leverage ETFs are playing Russian roulette, especially for folks that aren't really educated in the market. And I'd say it's a Russian roulette where if you had a six shot revolver, you got 5 bullets in the chambers. the redox or green means with the percentage with it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're referring to. And what are the red docs or green means with the percentage with it? There's no red in the strength alert scan here, just the score. And the score, the higher you are, the nicer shade of green. The lower you go, it starts to move into this brownish color, I guess, towards red. Is that what you're referring to? It just means a lower score here is all. I'm guessing you're talking about this here that I've encircled. In the swing, I have no idea. You'd have to shoot an email into Andy and ask him. That's all his design. Yeah, it's all his design. I'm not sure. I mean, I could pull it up and see if I can take a guess here. Dot channel bar. Treaters by. Okay, are you talking about this tree map here? Is this what we're talking about with the green and red boxes? Yeah. So this is just a tree map. It's essentially a top list. Watch, if I right click, that's top list. Just a different way to display the top list data. It's a scan. You could open the configure and look at whatever you want in it. So, as far as a display sort, it's sorting on 5-minute volume percent. In the configure, it's looking at it's looking at stocks that Andy put on the list. I guess that's it, and displaying what's up the most or what's got the highest 5-minute volume at this point over the last 5 minutes. And it's sorting by the stocks that it pulls on. I don't think it really matters much, but change from close percent. What does the green and red percentage mean? I'm going to guess change from close. Let's see here. NGX. Oh, it's probably the 5-minute data. Does it have a 5-minute? I'm going to have it on here. Let me do something real quick. Floating window. Symbol linking red. NGX. 5-minute. Yeah, 5-minute volume. So that's what the percent means, 5-minute volume. Yep, 5-minute volume. So that 5-minute volume, it's done on a percent basis. So 100 is normal, 200 is 2 times, 300 is 3 times, 400 is 4 times, so on and so forth. So this means ANGX is basically doing about normal 5-minute volume for its 10-day average. This means ASTS is doing about 83% of what it's normally doing over 5 minutes, doing a bit under. So good stuff. Appreciate the questions. Glad I was able to help with that. Never know. Sometimes when other people create things, it's hard to get inside their mind what they were looking at or doing. I believe the reason that they're red or green is, let's see. Yeah, change from the close. So down for the day, up for the day. And how far down for the day they are is how green or up they are is how green or red. Darker green, up more. Darker red, down more. So very excellent. Keep the questions coming. And anybody with questions, don't be shy. Jump your questions in, anybody. I'll get to them all. Please don't hesitate on your questions. Come one, come all with the questions. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. All right. No questions coming. Fair enough. On to the silent treatment for me. Let's see. Let's kill some time with the top 10 winners from my relative strength from open. We'll start with stock that's leading and was the last winner, ASTC. So very whippy stock, topping and bottoming shadows, candles all over the place, up a bit more than 41% from the prior close and 43 from the prior open, or from the current open. So not too shabby. Decent liquidity. Volume's fairly normal, but that's because you have these days back here. So I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more from something I would be trying to day trade than that. That's just my 2 cents. Let's see. In the Market Explorer, 2 strategies I'm looking at, TI Wave and TI Strength. As a swing trader, is it good to find a stock that is found in 2 strategies together? It's not good or bad. It just means that they have similarities in the scan. You know, you could look at it 2 different ways. One is, yeah, sure, you know, both these scans are similar to what I'm looking for idea generation. So that, you know, it's kind of confirming that it's in the ballpark of the setups I'm looking for. Could look on the flip side and say, maybe it's just giving me confirmation bias, you know. So I wouldn't say good or bad. Beauty's in the eye of the scan holder, beauty's in the eye of the chart holder. I know there's no financial advice here, but I'm just asking my setup. I want to see your opinion. Yeah, so that's my 2 cents on that. I wouldn't call it either good or bad. Like I said, you could take the one flip side and say, you know, these 2 scans are looking for similar things, and it's just reinforcing that setup is strong. That's always, you know, something that could be viable to think in that regard. On the flip side, I like to play the devil's advocate always, even with myself. You start thinking to yourself, all right, well, am I just, you know, am I looking to find reasons to get into the stock that maybe aren't there? And I don't think that would be on a scan-to-scan basis. I think that's more on a stock-to-stock basis. What I mean by that is, you know, go through the actual stock, the chart, and look at it through the 2 different scans and say to yourself, you know, is it really a setup I like to start with? If it is a setup that I do really like, then you know what? Maybe there is something more to it with being on both scans. And if the setup is something you don't particularly care for, you say, you know, I like it. It's okay. You know, like that, you know, the meal you had from the restaurant, I like it. You know, you never order it again, but it wasn't bad. Same kind of idea. You know, then am I looking for confirmation bias to kind of force an issue on a stock that maybe isn't necessarily what I want to see? There's no better or worse from the open or close. That's entirely up to each person and their trading plan. I do both. I've had times where I'm getting in shortly after the market open, or I'm getting in shortly before the market closes on stocks. I do both. I have no data to support one is better than the other. It's, when my conditions are met, essentially. One thing I am a big proponent of in general when it comes to the market, scanning, trading plans, all those things, there is no better or worse. It is all subjective. It is like going to, it's like going to an amusement park and asking what's the best ride. And I'm like, this roller coaster is sick. It flips you all around. It goes crazy. And you say, yeah, well, I don't like roller coasters. Okay, well, that's the best ride in my opinion, and you may be more of the kind of like, I want to be on a water slide or a raging river or, anything like that. And I tell you, I don't swim well, so I'm afraid to go on those things. We differ in opinion. Neither one of us is right. But the best thing any trader could do to help themselves is journal everything. Journal literally everything. What you were looking at, why you were looking at it, if you got into it, why you got into it, when you got into it, how you got into it, if you didn't get into it, why you didn't get into it, right? All these things. And then you could create a table on, essentially create a table of it all. The good and the bad from each one of these journal entries. And you're going to see the bad stuff repeat itself over and over again. And you see the good stuff repeat itself over and over again. And then the next step is, how do I eliminate as much of the bad stuff as I can? And how do I focus more on the good stuff as much as I can? MU? What do you want to discuss with MU? Just had earnings. Negative reaction to earnings overall. No, that's not true. Sorry. The way that was lining up before I zoomed in. So yeah, initial positive reaction to earnings filled the gap, trying to hold itself here. That's, what I could say about MU really. If you have a specific question to it, I'll do my best to answer. If you're asking if I think it's a good buy or an entry on it, that I can't, nothing I could tell you on that. Can you show me how to sort the tree map view of, say, the pre-market actives up scan so that tickers that change the most percentage in the last 5 minutes move to the top, not the race setup? Sorry, let me read this again in my head. Try to understand what you're looking for here. So for any tree map, I think this is what you're looking for. I'm going to go to dot channel bar, and let's see, pre-market's hidden down here now, unfortunately. Let's see this tree map. I'm guessing take the up gappers, and you want to see stuff that's moving the most percentage in the last 5 minutes. I don't use tree maps, so bear with me. I'm going to fumble through this. I'm going to, let's see, configure, search, sort, change 5 minutes, let's sort by that, press OK, press OK. There we go. So what I did there was I went into the configure, and in the search, look for change 5 minutes, took the percent, and I click sort by, and that's what it's doing now. It's sorting by, by what's up the most over the last 5 minutes. Just make sure on the sort you have it biggest on top, unless you want to see the biggest losers, and you go smallest on top. So this will be the biggest losers in the last 5 minutes. Five-minute chart instead. You know what? Let's also, hold on. I'm still trying to do gap percent on the display. Bear with me. Should I get this a little tighter for you? Columns. Properties. Okay. So this is descending, ascending. So you do it like that. So, things you're going to want to do here in the configure. You're going to come, you're going to search out that change in whatever time you want. In this case, it was 5 minutes. Sort by and show column. And ascending or descending essentially. Let me know if that makes sense. And again, anybody else with questions, don't be shy. Get those questions in. Yeah, you got to add it to the scan like I was showing before. So add it as a column, configure. Like type, that will help, right? Come on, Chris. So change 5-minute percent, show column, and then come back to it. So show column, and then go back to the search and go sort by. And then pick, do you want biggest on top, meaning the ones up the most, or you want the ones down the most? Select those, press OK. Press OK. And then you're going to have it here. This is going to be based on your column showing. Once you add that column, you'll have the option. You got it. You got it. Perfect. Excelente, excelente. So again, keep the questions coming, folks. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. All right, no questions. I'm going to go back through the top 10 again. So did ASTC, we talked about EZI. And again, interrupt me. Don't be shy if you folks want to interrupt me for anything. So yeah, this thing was a rocket ship here at the beginning of the day. Faded itself at this point. I don't assume it's going to make much of a comeback at this point, but you never know. You never know. We can see here, it does like to do that recently. Pump itself way up. Chinese stock with a really minimum float. So, I think it's safe to say that some unscrupulous individuals got this thing running, making some noise, and then pulled the ripcord when others decided to join them. That would be my bet. Well, I'm not a gambler. NBP, wow, just grinding on the day here, right? Not bad, not bad. Not bad at all, as a matter of fact. Newer issue stocks, it doesn't have a whole lot of history, and it's been in a downtrend for here, but for the day, making itself look decent right now. Making itself look decent right now. SDOT. Not too shabby itself here. Really getting kind of live here last month or so. So had itself a bit of a day on Friday last week, and it's really kind of continued into this week here. Too shabby, $16 on the day. Gee whiz. That's up from $10, give or take, on Friday. Wow. I will say this. That is a small float. 650 million in that, or 650,000 in that float. That is minuscule. Let's see. AIIO. Probably help if I clicked on it, right? Not surprised an AI stock. Good liquidity. Volume's not doing anything special. Not the smallest of floats. Certainly not a large float, but not as small as the last couple we looked at here. Not a bad day for that as well here. $1.36, give or take, with 31% from the prior close and 20, just shy of 22 from the open. Still hanging out up there, hasn't given anything up really for the most part. VOR, pharmaceutical, biopharma anyways. Research, development in physical engineering and life sciences. Decent liquidity, 1.65 traded on it. Volume's a hair up here from the baseline. Just kind of grinding itself out. Falling back into 18, challenge 19, couldn't do it. See if it can hold 18 now. A lot of newer issues here that we're looking at. Oh, that's a lie. Sorry. I forgot I'm zoomed in on the daily chart. There we go. Yeah, this one goes way back. Way down over the last 5 years. Absolute falling knife. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Get those questions in. Please interrupt me. All right, keep on going. SKYQ having itself a day. That's quite the move here. Pretty volatile. Oil and gas operations, the small float. You always want to be wary of those stocks. This is a fairly newer issue, way down at this point from its highs. MUZ. So, short. This is a 2x short MU ETF. Not much to comment on that, to be honest. Obviously, MU is going up if this is going down. ZNTL. Gap down and ran itself up for a while here. Going back into that looking to fade zone. The daily chart stayed out on the shelf for a while, trying to be brave and hang on to that support level here. Pharmaceuticals, so on and so forth. And EDIT, Research, Development, and Physical Engineering, Life Sciences. Stock is way down over the last 5 years and can't get through it. Hasn't quite gotten to it yet. So, nevertheless, having itself an okay day here, all things considered. I don't know how interesting it is. 1.85 million shares traded, but kind of mute on the relative volume at this point. So, looks like it had some kind of event to get it sparked up here, the end of last month, beginning of this one. But nothing much doing other than that. So, all right, that's the top 10. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Get those questions in for me. Got a few minutes left. I'll be hanging out here. Alrighty, back to the silent treatment for me. Fair enough. Let's go through some charts, I guess, from my evening scan here and see if there's anything of interest. Oop. Yeah. Zoom out a little more. A little bit interesting. Oil and gas, though. My issue with oil and gas is so tied to geopolitics. But, not far off a lifetime high. Trying to be brave and trend itself higher at this point. Not enough for me to say, yeah, interesting. But only interesting, that's it. LEG. Nope. BlackBerry. That is really interesting what BlackBerry has done in the last couple of months. Can't say I'd have that on my bingo card. VISN. Nope. APPS. I don't see this stock very much anymore. I traded this a ton years ago. Very interesting, though. Crawling itself out of the basement. Interesting, interesting. All right, let's see. STUB. StubHub. Ticket reselling. Didn't even know it was a publicly traded company. I think it's only 9 months old, give or take. No interest there. EVC. Communications. Now, this thing has gone on quite a run. CRVS. Pharmaceuticals. Inverse of Microsoft for an ETF. It's just insane how many of these things there are now. RKT. Is that Rocket Labs or Rocket Company? For all you mortgage folks out there. No interest in this for me. BLZE. It's got quite the breakout going on right now. Quite the breakout going on right now. I want to keep an eye on this one. It's way ahead of anything I'd be interested in for the moment, but just curious. JACK. Jack. Hit the road, Jack. Jack in the Box. Food services and drinking places. No interest whatsoever in that. Ah, it was an AI alert. Interesting, interesting. Good to know. Thank you. HAYW. Hayward. Pump and compressor manufacturing. No interest in the stock whatsoever. ERAS. Now, while I find this interesting because it's got this gap to try to continue to fill to 20 bucks, that makes me not so interested in that because I don't like swing trading these kinds of stocks. But just curious what it actually is. Clinical stage, yeah, that's a hard no for me. And someone might say, well, why would that be a hard no for you? And because, well, see this, what happened here? That was because they got some bad news. I don't know what the bad news was. Clinical trial, God only knows what that bad news was. It's irrelevant. When your stock is tied to the success of, a specific drug or pipeline or an FDA approval or a trial or anything like that, sure, if you are in it and it all goes well and the stock does that, you're cloud nine and a genius. If it doesn't, I have swung trade a few stocks where, I'm sitting up like this and I'm like, wow, this is real great. I bought it here and it's here and this is great. And next thing I know, the next day it opens and it's literally down here at like $3. The feeling that gives you, at least me anyways, using the Royal U, is so bad. I never want to live it again. And while sure, that could happen with any stock, you could have a day where you just open it up and the stock is tanked on you. It happens a lot more with pharmaceutical stocks. Can I go through it? I can open the scan. I have no idea what the scan does. I don't know. I just know of Ripster. I know this person exists. I don't know who he is, what his style is, what he's looking for. I know nothing more than this person exists. Oops. Ripster's Ripsters or Ripster's Rippers or whatever.
Hello, everyone.
34. bounce. So, I mean, we could look at some stocks in here. I mean, I don't know what time frame these are supposed to be, but we can see here, stock sold off hard in this 10-minute chart, is bounced and recaptured whatever this. I'm guessing this is the 34 EMA in here, based on the scan. It's recaptured it. I mean, personally, I wouldn't have any interest in a stock like in this setup. I mean, look at these topping shadows here and how much it struggled at this level. That's just me. I mean, I don't know what's, I don't know what is to this technical setup. And so the technical setup may be seeing something else, using whatever's under the hood to make a move up. Take a look at some more CIFR. It's a stock I actually traded a bunch a while back. So same thing. It's looking for these stocks that have sold off and recaptured this EMA. This setup I like a little bit more because if it can leave this area behind, it's got some room to that 26 area on the bounce there. You can see just overall the stock has been pretty hefty moving up in this channel here. Take one more look. Let's see CM. So yep, same thing. Comes down, violates underneath, recaptures, finding itself moving up again, cradled by that EMA setup. Curl up. Not sure what's going to be the difference between a curl up. I guess this small bounce in here is a curl up. I'm not sure. BTU. I don't really know that that's crawling up. AEG. Same thing. I would call that a curl up at this point. ARES. We're stretching a little bit here to call that a curl up. Just my 2 cents, though. Not entirely sure. If you've got any other specific questions, throw them out there for me. Got a couple minutes left here. Do my best to assist with those. Just want to see, is there other? No, just those 4 scans. All right. Curl up, curl down. 34 bounce, 34 pullback. Interesting. Fair enough. Still giving me the silent treatment.
Well, now you're just making me feel sorry for you. So I better come in here. I keep hearing, well, I actually been listening to you for the last 15 minutes or so. And again, Chris, what was I going to say?
I don't remember.
Yes. Oh, Chris, what are we going to do without each other?
Barry, may the
It's
day
gonna
never
come.
come. May the
It's
day
gonna
never
come.
come.
It's gonna come. But it's been fun. So goodbye. That's it for me. I'm out of here for the rest. That'll be like the grand exit. Just not tell anybody and say, okay, only to you. Bye,
Yeah.
Chris. Yeah. See you next week. Nope.
I will say you'll leave me
See you
with
next
a
month.
look of
Nope.
shock on my face.
Anyway, for people who don't know what we're talking about, it's okay. Just forget the last 1 minute. So,
Exactly.
Chris, I'll let you go now. Now, are you in tomorrow or somebody else?
I
gonna
have
do it?
no idea. Things are all screwy between the PTOs and the
Yeah.
Juneteenth and whatever else. I don't know. We'll sort it out.
Okay.
I'm around
All right.
tomorrow, so happy to
We
do
do know
it. Happy to
this.
not do it.
Mondays, Wednesdays. So Wednesday. Wednesday's a holiday for Canada, but Friday is a holiday for you. So.
Oh, right. Yes, that's
So
right.
that a
Forgot
market
about that.
holiday. That's the market holiday. All right. Well, I don't know if you want to answer only OZT. He's been asking questions about
Oh,
swing trading, and
yeah.
I did. So if you want to answer him, go ahead.
How do I? So what I'm looking for on this scan, real quick, and then I'll throw the link in afterwards. So I'm looking for stocks that are. Let's get rid of that. What am I? They got to be above $11. Trade at least 750,000 shares on the day. I really like that higher than that. I've just been lazy and never changed it. But I want to see stocks trading, I don't know, 1.5 million on the day. Relative volume of at least one. So, I want stocks that they're interested in. I'm not looking for today's flavor, essentially. And then, got to be 75% above the low of 20 days and 75% above the low of today. So, what I'm trying to find is stocks that have been trending up in general and they're closing strong today or close strong today. And I go through the scan in the evenings or very, very early pre-market and look for stocks that I feel meet those kind of conditions. I like to buy stocks that are going up. I'm not a pullback player, or at least deep pullback player. I don't mind, if something was moving up and, now, comes and settles, let's say at a whole number kind of pullback. That's the kind of pullback I like. But, if it's, really pulling back, I'm not trying to find support and find that. I'll find another stock. I like buying stocks going up. And that's the short and skinny of what I've done with that scam. And it's all yours now, Barry. I'm going to throw a link in while you're taking over. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Okay. Here we go. I think I've taken over.
Yes.
All right, Chris. See you maybe tomorrow or sometime next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, Barry. Thanks, everybody. Okay. And look for that link to come in a second.
All right, guys. I'm back in both rooms now. And one moment as I get my music going. I think it really ripping here, guys. What a run it's been on. 97 cents to $1.57 from earlier this morning. And yeah, I mean, the KUST, I was toying with the idea, but I was going to be on my break and I just couldn't do it. But that would have worked out pretty nicely from the 122 all the way up to about 150. It's pulling back now, KUST. So the news on this one is extending their Resultix global acquisition to global acquisition long stop date to June the 30th. Okay. So that's the news. That's the news for this DGNX. Yeah. So guys, the bouncers toppers is I might have to pay a lot more attention to it going forward. Again, this is something I had a long time ago, but it's not just for bouncer. I mean, it's not just for looking at top. I mean, these could be stocks that are just going to keep going higher. Little pullback, and here's the jack, and then you look at the RCI Rogers in Canada. I mean, there's a little bit of a bounce for it, but to me, it's still weak. And so these are maybe identifying stocks that are strong, maybe a little pullback and then a continuation, or stocks that are weak, a little pull up and then continuation down. So giving me a pretty good watch list, actually. Now, has WYY, has it gone positive? Not quite yet. This has been all over the place today. Well, the bouncer toppers are intraday, okay? The daily reversal is a daily chart reversal. So if I look at, well, AZI this morning, so it's looking at a daily, like a daily chart reversal. So it's hard to see right now, but on Friday, that was down for the day, at least 5%. Okay, then it's up today. It's maybe a better one. AMA. This is the ETF. Well, you can see, okay, Friday it was down, and wherever it closed, it was down at least 5%. Okay, on the close, and then so it's looking at the previous day. So the bouncers toppers is intraday, and this daily trend reversals is taking a previous day and what is it doing today compared to the previous day. Okay. So the theory being here, if it's in orange, this means that something is maybe topping out, because I look at orange as being sort of shorting, yellow, orange. That's the way I've color coded. Anything in blue or powder blue and on my scans are things to potentially go long on. But, look at, I mean, does this mean that you would absolutely short this? Not necessarily. I mean, it's sort of looking, and also, guess what? Look at the MSTX. So I don't know when the first alert was for the MSTX. Remember, I had to do a reboot, and so I'm sure it was before 1132, but at 770. Remember, this is the 2-time ETF for MSTR. So the daily trend reversals. Well, I've named them because it's the daily trend has reversed. And then, just to break it out, I mean, these are two scans. So if I broke it out and potential toppers, so these are ones, so this would be this one, like the Jack. See, it's color coded in orange. And if you look at the configuration of it, this is what I'm looking for. A new high for the day or a new 5-minute low. Mainly, I'm probably getting new highs of the day. But every now and then I might get a new 5-minute low as a trigger. But this is what I'm looking for: stocks between $1 and $100. 500,000 shares have traded at least. Up 5-minute candles in a row. Okay, it's got to be above the VWAP. The RSI has got to be at least 78. So these ones here, the 5 candles in a row above the VWAP and the RSI at least 78. A lot of people will look at this and go, well, that can show you an overbought situation. Okay. And so the trigger, you might say, well, wait a minute, if it's overbought, why do I care about a new high? Well, the thing is that if you get the alert and it happens to be the new high, it's just alerting you to the fact that, man, this might be overbought now. I think most of the time my alerts are the new high as opposed to a 5-minute low. But this could have been the alert here on a 5-minute low. Could have been. But most of the alerts seem to be on a new high of the day. And then you're getting the alert, and then you click on it and go, I see. Maybe there's a way in which I'm going to short this if it settles down, if it starts to move down. So you're getting the alert when it is making a new high of the day, but it may be topping out. As always, there's nothing, and the RCI for me now as a Canadian, this could be interesting. The reason being is that Rogers is giving away 500 Blue Jay tickets to the coveted Canada game. Well, problem is the Blue Jays are terrible right now, and Rogers owns the Blue Jays, and they did so well last year with the Blue Jay run, almost winning the World Series. But this year, I mean, they're just sort of a blah team, and so it's got to be cutting into the Roger revenues. Well, it's just the reverse Po. So it'd be a new low of the day or a 5-minute high. Just the absolute reverse. So a potential bouncer, just the reverse, a new low. This hammer thing, I always say I don't think I ever had an alert for this at all. But so it could be a 5-minute high, or it could be the new low of the day. Again, alerting to the fact that, ooh, here's a stock that might be looking as something you might want to play as a bounce. And then, just the reverse, down at least 5 candles in a row, below the VWAP, and RSI is no more than 22. So again, some people might look at this and go, oh, that is an oversold situation. So here's ASTS. I mean, at some point you might think, man, this is getting so overbought. You might think that. It's coming into potentially, there's the high looking left on the daily chart, 85.70. Okay. It's about a little less than $1 away from that high. And it's just been on a tremendous run. I mean, ever since the SpaceX IPO, look what's happened. Now it's having a bit of a day today, but so, I mean, again, you can see what sort of alerts you're getting. Here's the SBET, definitely a new high of the day. That was not a new 5-minute high or low. The MSTR, I mean, it just continues to keep moving higher and higher. These are the sort of alerts that you're getting. So these are super active stocks that are either just really running up or racing down. Now you could take, I know you're way more into bouncers, so you could take this scan as an example. And for instance, if you didn't care about the toppers, to short, you could just check the potential bouncers as an example. Okay. And then in the configure, you can make your maybe, I don't know, 50 cents to $1 or $2, change the price range, maybe make some adjustments to this if you want. Okay. Because I understand you probably don't care about the topper so much. Remember, multi-strategy windows, all these are, I'm not just talking to you, Paul, I know you know this, but for other people, these are just individual scans, okay? And what you can do is take individual scans and put them into what we call a multi-strategy window. But you can, if, you can always uncheck something if you don't want to see it. Okay, William. Well, I doubt very much it's going to be to 3:30 because there's not that much action today in the room. I mean, there's a few questions, but not a ton. But we'll see. So what William is saying is, I'll be leaving, we'll say between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. When I leave, William will normally, when I leave now, I shut the room down. But William says he will keep the room open for at least 5 minutes after I leave, but he'll shut it down if there's no interaction. In other words, nobody's posting anything. If he sees people posting and there's, generates some buzz, he'll keep the room open until 3:30. So it's up to you guys. You want the room open later? Just keep it interesting. No kidding, Monica. Better late than never is right. Well, still morning for me. Yeah, still morning for me. All right, guys. Well, it is 1:14 now, so I think I'll go over my homepage one last time for the day. Whoops. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I am now back. Sorry about that. All right, so let's take a look. I'll put my homepage link in again. Give me one moment. Boy, this worship's going, this is really ripping. It's probably gone positive by now. WSHP, it's probably gone positive by now. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, first of all, I want to click on WSHP. Has it ever gone? What a day it's had. I mean, it was down quite a bit, and percentage wise, look what it did right around the VWAP, and then boom, and that's the WSHP. So clicking on my homepage link. How to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Here's how you can do it. You can get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a subscription. And it doesn't matter if you choose whether you choose our standard or our premium service. The 15% applies to both the monthlies and the annuals for those two. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Company tracks the use of the promo codes, and if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free that I moderate. So I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room. The main room, way more action amongst traders. It is free also. So if you're sitting on YouTube wondering what I'm talking about, this is a free room also. But there's more interaction amongst traders. And also this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking to come in during the pre-market, you can come into this room. There's action. I mean, when I say action, there are people talking about, all the fast moving stocks during the pre-market. I don't get on the mic, both rooms, sometime between 9 and 9:15. Now today, when I leave, usually I leave sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time, depending on questions. If I have questions, I'll always hang around until, there are no more questions. William says he's going to keep the room open, though, after I leave for at least 5 minutes. If there's no action, though, in other words, questions or people talking about stocks, he'll shut the room down. If there are questions, etc., not questions, but, guys talking about stocks, then he'll keep the room open all the way maybe till 3:30. So it's up to you guys. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right down here. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education section is here. So if you're taking out a subscription, mandatory you do this, the Getting Started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have the product and you're wondering about it, this product is not necessarily for everybody, but here's a good way to find out what we're capable of. You can start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you an idea about, well, okay, I wouldn't mind trying this product for about a month. Okay, and if you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Back to basics. This is for you if you're new to trading. 15 free videos for the new traders. And last, if you are looking for my scans, so click on my homepage link, custom scans, and here they are. Now, the one I don't have on here is the bouncers toppers. I may get him to add it down here. But these are the ones you can see. These are two races. The large cap race is right here. The other race is down here. The volatile race. Halts resumes is down here. Not that active today. Actually, usually this is absolutely jam-packed. What I use in the pre-market act is up and down. This is my daily reversal scan. And I am looking at the bouncers toppers. Might get him to add it down here. So again, both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, I'll do my best to answer. If it's an accounting question, that's one thing I cannot answer, but I can direct you to the people who can. All right, guys. Now I really haven't gone over the races at all today. I don't think I'll do it today, unless somebody wants me to. I can, the concept of the races. Either race, it doesn't really matter. This is a large cap race. This is a more volatile race. All right, guys. Well, let's see if there's anything in this bouncers toppers that might look a little interesting as a potential topping play or a bounce. Yeah, I'm not in it anymore. It just didn't. You're talking about the CMC SCSA. Yeah, I'm not in it anymore. I'm a day trader. I'm not a swing trader only. Okay. My approach, well, I don't know how to answer that exactly. I mean, I have certain scans that I like to take a look at, and but I'm not a swing trader at all. What a turnaround for this worship, though. I mean, this is now up 20% from being down about 20% or even more. Man, this is going to hit 10. WSHP, and if it did hit 10, I mean, so there's a weekly high of last week, so it's above that. That is around $10. The next high looking left on a weekly chart is 11. If it ever took that out, then the next high is way up here at 15. I'm going to put a price alert around that 11 mark. It's probably not going to happen today, but if it happens tomorrow, then it's got still a ton of room. And of course, then you've got all this up here. Well, it depends what you're looking for, though. Only okay. You're looking for pullbacks, or you're looking for strong stocks that are like more momentum type trades. There's all sorts of different ways to day trade. My whole thing is always finding stocks that are trading abnormally. Number one, using our relative volume filter. Okay, it's not a matter of some people say, well, I only want to see stocks trading 1 million shares a day. Well, yeah, but what if 1 million shares is normal? So if you're day trading, you want to see abnormalities. So the relative volume filter is a great place to start. But the way I trade and the way you trade could be very, very different. I mean, I'm just looking for, a lot of times I'm looking for momentum. But I pay a lot of attention to this daily reversal, and that's basically the one that made my day, the AZI earlier. That was not the alert. The alert was a lot earlier than that. It was around I think it was 237. The reason it's saying 305 now is because it had to do a reboot of trade ideas. But you can see, if you can, just look, why would I be interested in that one? Well, at 237 right here, and then I'm looking left and I'm seeing the next high is 371, a huge amount of room. So that's what got me all interested in taking that trade. But you may have looked at that and go, I don't like that. I don't like the price range. I don't like, could be a lot of reasons why you may not like it. But and I don't often trade early, but I'm making an exception in that particular scan. Only though, if I see what like a setup that I liked. Well, I don't trade like that though. Momentum, quick pick and roll out. That's not my style. It may end up like that. I'm not into a trade trying to get in and out in like 10 seconds or 10 cents or, I mean, it may happen because I don't like the way it's trading once I'm in it, but this is one I should have taken, the AMA. It showed up on the scan underneath 50. But I didn't research it enough. I didn't realize it was an ETF for AMAT. I thought it was a stock for some reason. And this would have been fantastic. I mean, it went from about 49 up to 57 before it pulled back. So I pay a lot of attention to that particular scan, but not necessarily everybody is into what I'm into that type of a scan, a daily reversal. What I would do is I would practice in our simulator, different things. I mean, this S dot. I mean, if it were anything else other than a stock that's 652,000 in the float and a $36 stock and a spread that's usually could be $1. Yeah, it's on my homepage. Okay, just go to my homepage link. Okay, only go to my homepage link, and when you click on that link, just go to the scan section. Scroll down. Scan section is right here. And here it is, daily trend reversals, okay? If it's in powder blue, it's a suggestion to go long, and if it's in yellow, a suggestion to go short. Yeah, I don't know that we have like a scan specifically for a failed breakout on a daily. I really don't know, Juan. You might want to ask that question. Info at trade. I don't have anything like that. A failed breakout on the daily. Are you talking about on a daily chart or intraday? A failed breakout on a daily is a pretty general statement. Like what does that mean? Failing for how long? Yeah, I have nothing. Okay. I have nothing, and I'm not. You might want to. You can try info at trade-ideas.com and ask. Maybe one of the other traders has something, but I don't have an idea about how to make it. Even though I asked the AI assistant, I'm not sure. You see, if I put in that, I'll just. So, okay. Do you want to alert on a bullish failed breakout? Price breaks above a resistance level, but then reverses back down. Okay. How about that? An alert on a bullish failed breakout. Okay. Bullish failed breakout. And let's see what happens. 5 minute failed break. Now I picked 5 minutes. Okay. You have to pick a time frame of some sort. Yeah. So let's see what it looked like. I mean, hardly anything, I mean, now I would be adding, you see, the thing is, we did not add any, okay, I can add, okay, what's it called? 5 minute? Well, it would have been simple enough just to take that and just change the time frame to 15. Okay. So you could have taken this and said, okay, I mean, here's the general idea. Okay. Now, let me see. It's possible. I want to see if consolidation breakdown. Let's see if there is one for 15. Yep. So here's a 15-minute consult. So you would have just so you're given the gist of the idea, and then you can say, okay, let's just change that to a 15-minute. Just do a search on the 15, and here it is as an example. So you add that alert instead. Get rid of the 5 minute and check that 50. And then of course, before you would even do this, you say, okay, here's my price range that I'm interested in. Here's the minimum volume that I'm interested in. I could have asked all those questions also before. Here's the relative volume. I want to see if it's trading at least abnormally. You would have done all that also. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I just did it in front of you guys, and yeah, there we go. a little 5 minute consolidation breakdown. Some are, are they all going to be perfect? Well, they'll give you the 5 minutes. Definitely the five. And this one says consolidation breakdown with significant follow through. Let's just take a look at what the PYL did. Yeah, it's sort of, but at least what you're going to get usually a 5-minute down flag. But does that mean it's going to continue to move down? No. But you can see how you can build it pretty simply just by, and I could have actually talked if I had used the mic. If I'd used the mic, I would have just spoken it. Wow. Look at this. I mean, it actually hit that high. Remember I said it might happen tomorrow? Maybe if it happens tomorrow, I want to know about it. And that's the WSHP. Well, it actually did trigger. My guess is that you could use this, for swing trade. Of course, for swing trade ideas. But you'd have to have an idea of what you're looking for. You just can't say, build me a scan for swing trades. I mean, you could. Let's just do it. Maybe a top list window. Okay. Remember, this is not available to you for you guys yet. So I'm just going to ask the super general question. Give me some, give me a top list for swing trades. Now it's going to come back to me. It's going to say, well, wait a minute, a little too vague, but let's see what it says. Well, it didn't even, here we go. Hello, NetTrade. Now I see why they're talking about this one, the Toyo, but now you can take a look and you can see, well, what was the configuration that it came up with? And here you are. Now you can take it and say, well, okay, I'm not sure why this would be. Okay, this is why, sorting by the 20 days SMA with the smallest on top. Okay. But that's an idea. You can just start asking quite very general questions. Just give me a moment. So anyway, there you go, guys. That's an idea. I mean, just throw it in and then you can start to fine tune it. Different price range. I don't know when I don't know when you're getting it, NetTrade. I don't know. It's the only reason I have it is because I'm on what's called the development version. If I click on help and about, this is a development version, version 5.9. Not available for you guys, but it's pretty, yeah. I mean, you saw what I did. I mean, I just asked a very general question. And you can see what it was looking at. It was looking for stocks that had been beaten up. Now that's not necessarily what you want. So you could have said, well, okay, but show me stocks at a 20-day high, or in the upper, in the upper end of the years range, things like that. So it would give you definitely a different list. But obviously, I see what's happened. It's giving you a list of stocks that are maybe bouncing from the lows. Okay, guys, I may only have about 12 minutes left. So if you have any questions, good time to ask. And to say William is going to keep the room open for at least 5 minutes after I leave. It's up to you guys. I'm talking about YouTube. I do have to shut YouTube down completely, but talking about you guys in the main room. Wow, what a miss. MSTX, just a fantastic from that scan, from the trend reversal scan. Okay, what's the exact question? Net trade. The exact question. Produce a scan for it to follow uptrend and downtrend. You know, on what time frame? And is it a top list window? Probably going to be a top list window, right? As opposed to an alert window. But you got to be a little more, and give me a price range, give me an uptrend. Well, watch. I mean, I'll do that. But what do we call it though? Checking on reversal. You know, you have to give me a little more information that I can ask it, and then let's see what happens. Boy, the SPY has come all the way back. Remember earlier on in the day, the SPY was up about 10 points, and then all of a sudden it had that big drop from about 950 down to 1015. Just a big drop, straight down, put on the brakes, and it's coming all the way back and is above that high. Well, I've got one already. Bottoms, and I have a top and bottom reversal right now. I mean, that's a scan that I have right now. I could give it to you. without, without going to the AI. Chris is gone, Cross. He's only there for between 12 and 1. Okay. I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders does take over for me, but that's just between 12 and 1. So it's 152 now. So that's why he's gone. Yeah. Okay. I can give you that. Sure. I'm talking to Net Trader in our YouTube room. Share it. Okay, there you go. So again, this is what, now you're not going to see all the previous alerts, okay? This is what it looks like though. Okay, kind of, this is what it looks like. So if it's in orange, it's a potential topper. Potential, but I mean, this has been strong all day. You only had one opportunity maybe to take a short here, but this has been strong all day. And if it's in blue, this is something that is, now this did bounce. This actually did bounce. Doesn't mean just because you get the alert, you just pile into the trade, but this is what it's looking for. It's looking for a stock that has been selling off and off, and then you would have got the alert down in this area, but didn't mean that right there it could have continued down. In this particular case, though, it certainly had a nice bounce, got right into the VWAP. And if you only want one or the other, then you just uncheck. Okay, these are multi-strategy windows, so you just uncheck. So if you're only looking for bouncers, then you just uncheck the toppers, or vice versa, or you keep them both. And just because something is a so-called topper doesn't mean it could be really identifying a strong stock all day, which is this one. So here's one where we had an alert at 3. This is a cheap one. I don't even know if I have shorts available. Probably not. No, there are actually. Okay. DFDV. This is haven't seen this one for a while. This is remember this month? This were a little more expensive of the stock. This would be really interesting, the way because you would have had the alert at the top here. And then so, to test it, to see how well this works, then you take the trade, you take the short, put a stop just above the high there and see what happens. And, you look at in this particular case, I mean, the VWAP is, almost 20 cents away on a $3 stock. That would have been pretty interesting. But you do things like this. Show me all the stocks that are. I mean, you can, if you had trade ideas for a while, you can do this. But how much more simple would it be to say, show me the stocks, all the stocks over the 20, 50, 200-day moving average, 500,000 shares, up 2%, 3% today, with a relative volume of 5. Okay, just simple stuff like that. And then do the reverse. Show me all the stocks below the 20, 50, 100, or 200, making a new low of the day with a relative volume of 3, and 500,000 shares have traded. Let's do it. Let's do one. Let's do the on the plus side. So I want to create an alert window on this one. And again, I could use the mic. In fact, I will do, nah, I won't do that. I'll just, you know what? I will use the mic. See what happens. Show me stocks that are above the 20, 50, and 200-day moving average. Minimum traded 500,000 shares today, volume-wise. Up at least 3%. And with a relative volume of 4. And show me those stocks when they make a new high for the day. You know what it looked like? Yeah, it made a top list. I picked top list instead of alert window, but that's okay. You know, I mean that's how it did it. Now I could say, and it somehow I forgot to say. Well, okay, above the 50 and the 200. I wonder why it didn't create a top or an alert window. I must not have started with the alert window. I must have started with the top list window. But let's see. Let's see if I can just, okay, take that top window that I just did and create an alert window from it, and with stocks making new highs of the day. Yes, William. Here we go. Except now this is making a new 60-minute high. So you see it's getting a little confused, but now I could take this, you know, without going back to the AI. I could say, you know what, just make it or I could keep both of them. So anyway, guys, that is what you have to look forward to. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's really really simple to do. So one's a top list, and then one's an alert window, and it just creates them and puts them in a dock. No, court. I think it's just part. I think it's just going to be part. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be part of the standard service or they're going to put it in premium. I really don't know. I hope they keep it in standard, but you know, I don't know. Okay, William, you've made me look. SMCI. Raiding the office. Aha, okay. Let me see if Interactive Brokers has anything. Nope. You know, and this will help us too, you know, as a company, because we get a lot of our efforts are, we get people just saying, do you have a scan for this? Do you have a scan for that? Do you have a scan for that or this? So now you are going to have the ability just to do exactly what I just did. and just speak in English language, create a scan that does this, and then you'll get it, and then you can always tweak it. So but you'll have the guts of it, and then you can just tweak it. All right, guys, I don't see any more questions, so I think I'm going to take off. So, William, you're going to keep this room open till maybe 2:10. No, I don't have it, Dan. I don't, or net trade. I mean, I don't know what chat. I don't know what AI it's using or bot it's using. I really don't know. I don't have it. I don't have the. I mean, I think you guys still have access to this. If you click on new, it won't say AI assistant at the top. It won't say Chat GPT or something like that. I just think it's what they're trying to do is create a little more advanced version of it. But I think that's still the idea. Do you guys not have something that says Chat GPT when you click on new, sort of at the top? Remember, I'm in a development version, so that's why I'm seeing that AI assistant. But I think you guys still have Chat GPT at the top here, which does something very similar. Okay. We do. Okay. So Pepe's saying you do. So yeah, so you can still use a Chat GPT to create your scans. I don't know if it's quite as friendly as what I just did, and I don't know if you can speak into the mic or anything like that, but you can still kind of do it. Yeah, I agree. I agree, William. Probably not too much happening when I leave. So, okay, guys, I'm going to take off now. So, thanks for all the help all day long. I'm going to mute myself now or stop the screen sharing the main room. You know what? No, I will not stop the screen sharing. So if you guys are, show some little activity in the main room, I'm going to leave my layout up and running for as long as William keeps the room up and running. But I will mute myself. And I do have to shut down YouTubers. So YouTubers, we'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 o'clock.